The Bud Files said,
Hey,
"Hello,
Bud
peoples.
Files, welcome aboard. Okay, let me... Already having a problem with Discord. Don't you love advertisements when they
Avalanche Multimedia
start right out?
said, Yo relied you.
Hey, Tony, welcome aboard. Yeah, I got a late start. Took a bit to get my lunch today. So I was a little
Jory's
behind
Game
the
Bites
curve.
said,
Hey,
Sup
Jory.
everyone.
Welcome aboard. How are you doing today?
Avalanche Multimedia said, replied you dang autocorrupt.
No worries, Tony, no worries. You probably replied while I was busy getting set up. You know, Friday's my early morning and then I take a nap. So I was probably making my lunch when you replied. So my apologies for not catching your reply.
Avalanche Multimedia said, dropped you a follow Jory's Game Bites.
Hey, that's how we support each other. There we go. Advertising is done. And this time, I will remember to turn off the starting soon.
Avalanche Multimedia said, "Done a demonstration on how I've made what I sent you."
Did you? Awesome. Maybe if I can pry myself enough time, I'll actually learn how to do that. Unfortunately, there's not a lot of time in my day right now.
Avalanche Multimedia said, "Yet if I did good."
You definitely did a good job on what you built for me, buddy. Alright, we should have just... We have the twice reformed.
Avalanche Multimedia said, "Why got me around, Sarge?"
And if I'm not mistaken, yeah, that's going to be out of town here. So if we take the truck out, we shouldn't have too bad of a time getting over to there. It looks like the
Avalanche
approach
Multimedia
is from in the
said,
valley.
"I meant on demo, was nervous, never done one."
Fine day for a drive, is it not?
I think you did a fine job, Tony.
Avalanche Multimedia said, "Had issues with OBS capture but gone there in the end, I think."
You really want to shoot at me? Who else is shooting at me?
Bring it! We should move on. There's nothing worth taking.
Hey, these idiots are the ones who attacked us.
It is amazing the government has allowed this to stand. I suppose they have more pressing matters.
Avalanche Multimedia said,
You have come.
is tab meant across
Please.
screen?
Sit with me, so that we may
Uh.
continue our prior conversation.
Yeah, I could probably take that down now. It doesn't have to be there.
Thank you. I am not very accustomed to having discussions. At least not yet. I used to simply give demands, orders, ultimatums. And old habits die hard. Tell me, does the name Khaslav mean anything to you?
No.
Many people who heard that name do not live long enough to hear it again. Khaslav is what those in Dazra would refer to as a zealot. A brutal, sadistic one at that. His love of violence has eclipsed any supposed dedication to the Serpent's crusade. He kills simply because he enjoys it. And I was his right-hand man. 3 months ago, I gave up that life, swearing to never go back.
A zealot does not give up that life. That is not how it works.
I am living proof that it is possible. You deserve to know who you are speaking to. And
That's
it's no
true.
secret.
I do
The
deserve.
people of Dazra refuse to speak to me due to my past. And who can blame them? As painful as it is, I do understand them. But I hope to one day earn their trust. I was not expecting such a muted response. I do not know if that makes me feel good or bad. My new life, as short as it has been, has not been easy. All I want is a new start. To forget who I was, what I have done. When you become haunted by the ghosts of countless dead, people who have died violently by your hand, you begin to worry about what awaits you on the other side.
I can understand that.
I have ended so many innocent lives. Many times in ways I refuse to speak of. And every time, Khaslav was there. Laughing, cheering. I realize now that it was not the great serpent I sought approval from, but of him. To think I have done such horrible things to be accepted by a wicked man like him. It sickens me. And yet, for reasons I do not understand, I viewed him as my brother for most of my life. Sometimes I still think of him in that way. It is not as simple as that. The people of Dazra do not trust me. I am exiled, doomed to spend the rest of my life in this shack, waiting for Khaslav to eventually come for me. There is only one way to truly move on. Khaslav and his zealots have taken refuge on Verun Kai. They will come for me in time
Phoenix
when I least
said,
suspect it.
"Hi Rob,
and
how
I
are you?"
will not
Denise,
stand
welcome
a
aboard.
chance against them alone. Which is why you and I will strike first and wipe them out. Together, we may stand a chance. With Khaslav and his zealots made dust by our hands, the people of Dazra will see that I truly am reformed. And I
Mage.
can finally begin.
Glenn
Welcome
Mage
aboard. Happy Friday
said,
indeed.
"Hello RP. Happy Friday." Phoenix said,
Good. Yes.
"Hi Tony
You
and
are doing
Glantry."
a good thing. We both are. Now, meet me
Glantry
at
Mage
this location as soon
said,
as you are able.
"Happy Friday
Be
to all in
prepared
chat."
for a fight.
Phoenix said, "Hi Bud and Jory."
My belief in the Great Serpent has not changed, but my commitment to the Serpent's crusade is no more. I have meditated on this for quite some time, but I believe that the Great Serpent afflicted me with guilt as punishment for straying from the Serpent's crusade. I was following Khaslav, not him. But from that guilt came a reckoning for my past actions, and I have lost the will to continue the crusade. I suppose now I am an accursed myself. Politics, fear, even hope. It is a complicated subject. In case you are unaware, the people you know as zealots were once House Mali, one of the noble houses in Dazra. Opinions
I
of
see.
zealots vary in Dazra. Most are distrusting and fearful, but others are sympathetic. And I am sure some even hope that one day House Malin will return to Dazra. To some, violently removing a zealot could be seen as raising a hand against a noble house. As I said, it is a complicated subject. Much easier to just...
I guess that conversation was over. Think about living in this pitiful shack. I mean, it's realistically not protection at all. Naturally, we're going to the other side of the world. Looks like it's a hangar-like structure or a bunker. And this looks like something we can discover after we've been there.
Phoenix said, "Bless you."
Thank you, Denise. If we continue around this way, we haven't discovered this yet. We can go through this area, discover this, travel through this area. We've already been to this farm. That was just like a monster trap. There's a whole bunch of different critters there. So we'll probably be better off going up over this. No, because that looks like a pretty hefty drop right there. Yeah, right there. That's probably a pass through. I can go down this slope here. We'll just have to recheck our bearings as we go. Malik's Groat Farm. Did I scan enough groats? Not yet, but I will. There we go. Scanned enough groats. Yeah, we want to go up over this way.
Truff flat. Said.
True!
RP brother.
How you doing, brother? Happy Friday to you.
Phoenix. Said. Hi true. Glandry Mage. Said. Truff flat. Truff flat. Said. Doing good, a bit lit, but I had the day off lol yourself?
I can't complain.
Truff flat. Said. Phoenix and Mage.
I'm not lit yet, but we're still packing. We got 6 days before we're moving. So that's coming up faster and faster.
Truff flat. Said. The night is early.
That is true. And I do have beer in the fridge.
Truff Flat said. I would like for you to let me know what the reasoning was, but it is what it is, right? Landry Mage said. Good luck on your move, RP.
I can tell you what the reasoning was right now. My landlord's an asshole, and they after offering us a new lease, they waited until we signed the new lease, and then they did not accept our newly signed lease. They instead came up with a bullshit reason to tell us that we were not going to be renewed.
Truff Flat said. That's weird.
Well, some members of the staff were just waiting for the opportunity, and they created it themselves. There, that thing's not going to shoot me again.
This is the place. Are you ready? One thing. Khaslav will want to talk before he tries to kill us. He has always been theatrical, like a predator playing with its food. Do not listen to his lies.
Something's telling me that Khaslav's going to tell us you were in charge. Adhesive. Adhesive.
Truff Flat said. I'm just glad it wasn't because of me, and that I said I was coming to visit, but I would probably be towing a howitzer LOL.
No, as a matter of fact, you're just as welcome in the new place as you would have been here.
The Sir D Show said.
Sir D.
Sup RP.
Welcome aboard. I'm doing pretty good. How are you tonight? Let's get something more appropriate for some close range combat.
Phoenix said, I guess I got behind. True, you going to visit Rob? Phoenix said,
That door
Hi,
doesn't
Sir
open
D.
from this side.
Saud iPad said, Hi. Phoenix said, Hi Saudi.
Hey, how's it going? Welcome aboard. What's this, T-21? I don't need a heavy weapon.
You're not walking.
Always worth checking. Never know what you might find in their pockets.
That's why I check their pockets.
Disgusting.
Saud iPad said, Do you know the Lego Star Wars game?
Yeah, I just finished the Lego Star Wars The Skywalker Saga on this channel not too long ago. Get that ion shit away from me.
Saud iPad said, Can you play Complete Saga?
I don't have the complete saga. I had the Skywalker Saga. But I can put it on my wish list and add it to the list of requests. I have no problem with that. Anybody in here? Don't want to get shot in the back. No. You're not going to shoot me in the back.
Let us.
It's a wonder to behold.
I know it's a wonder to behold.
HK Rendition
HK!
Hello. HK Rendition
I
said,
have come for you.
Hey all. HK Rendition. Said. Hulk smash like button por favor gracias. Phoenix. Said. Hi HKA. Short bus. Said. Hello all.
Short bus, welcome. Everybody's coming in all at once. It's a good night, good night. How's everybody's Friday?
HKA Rendition. Said. Hello at Short Bus and at Phoenix. HKA Rendition. Said. Got my sub YouTube. Phoenix. Said. Hi Chris smiling face with heart. It's her D show. Said. What's up HK? HKA Rendition. Said. Rocking. I need food now. Landry Mage. Said. Doing good RP. Short Bus. Said. Hi HK Indonesia. Phoenix. Said. I'm off today.
It wouldn't be fun.
Kerzo. Said. Hi, how are you doing?
I'm doing good, Kurzo. How are you tonight?
Phoenix. Said. Aw thanks HKA I can sub you too, can you post your link? Phoenix. Said. Hi Kerzo. HKA Rendition. Said. Extra lil sub for you too at Kerzo. Kerzo. Said. I'm okay thanks. HKA Rendition. Said. I'll have to ask RP if I can post it.
What do you need to post?
Said. Okie dokie cool beans. Said. Hi Phoenix and thanks ha.
Alright. What do we need to post? Yeah, you can post HK. You're blue for a reason.
HKA Rendition. Said. Phoenix wants my link. HKA Rendition. Said.
I believe your link's in the
MP
description already. I think you're the one of the highlighted streams today. Yep, you are one of the two highlighted streams in the description.
Out of respect, yeah, no. HKA Rendition. Said. But thank Jace.
I appreciate you showing me the respect of asking first, but standing policy over here. If you're blue, you can post.
Said. Don't tell HK that he'll get drunk with power LOL. HKA Rendition. Said. https://www.youtube.com/@hka-rendition. HKA Rendition. Said. Ow thanks. HKA Rendition. Said. Listen here sir. Let me have the power AAA. HKA Rendition. Said. Roger Roger. Phoenix. Said. I did it smiling face with hearts. HKA Rendition. Said. Gracias.
HK will give you guys a master class in Siege and just about every first-person shooter out there. What was that one you were playing the other day?
Said,
the finals.
Fembot reads an entire link post. That's funny.
Fembot does read the entire
Phoenix
post.
Said,
Orahim.
you're welcome.
Oh, how great of you to visit. It has been far, far too long. And this accursed is... What is this? Your friend? Pet?
We come bringing death, Khaslav.
HK Rendition.
Your time is up.
Said,
Great serpent.
yet and I'm
thanks,
trying
are
so
you
hard
not
to not
happy
let
to
me
see
fingers
me?
type like I
We
usually
were
do as if I hear my name
practically
one more
brothers
time
just a
after
few
this one,
months
ha ha
ago.
ha. 00 core.
So, accursed.
Said, hello
You
Rob.
and Orahim,
Zero.
00 core.
Welcome aboard, buddy.
Said,
in the name of
hello
what
everyone.
Exactly.
Enough,
Phoenix.
Khaslav. You will
Said,
speak to me only.
hi Zero smiling face with hearts.
It seems to me that
00
Orahim
core.
is afraid of what
Said,
I say.
hello Phoenix.
Terrified.
HKA.
Petrified of me
Kerzo.
revealing his true
Said,
nature to
hi
you,
Zero.
accursed.
00
I am
core.
Sure he went on and
Said,
on about how
hey
evil
there
I
Kerzo.
am. How it was I that forced him to commit horrible atrocities, whatever those may be.
Kira,
All of it.
do you have to clean that here?
Said,
Orahim was the
hey
most
Zero.
brutal
I BRB.
out of
Time
all
for
of
some
us.
food
He
quick.
had a lust
The
for
Sir D show.
blood that was legendary.
Sub-Zero.
I wish you could have seen him in his prime. Oh, I never knew honesty to be one of Orahim's virtues. I remember many times he would lie to win over the trust of an accursed before stabbing them in the back.
The parchment card.
Literally.
00 core.
Give me my wallet.
Said,
Everything.
hello Sir D.
Give me my
Including
wallet.
The incident where he immolated the crew of a hauler one by one? Or what of the time he...
Enough! I need no reminders of what I have done. I relive those scenes every day. I see ghosts every night. I am cursed.
I don't suppose I should tell Orahim about the accident and that the ghosts are actually
Will serve as
people
some
trapped.
Small penance.
Ooh, poor Orahim. Oh, ooh. It seems having a conscience is such a heavy burden. This is all quite pathetic, really. I can forgive your betrayal, but what I cannot abide is your stinking hypocrisy. You deliver death to my doorstep, and then speak to me of righteousness? This is heresy, damn it! I kill accursed in the great serpent's name, to feed the corpses of unbelievers to him, and I love it. I love it. I know what I am, what I kill for. But you are trying to be something you are not. A hero. And you decide to start your new life with yet more acts of violence against the very same that once adored you, no less? Against the true House Varun? You have not changed at all. Death is all you know, only now it seems everyone's a target. When did you become so pathetic? We used to idolize you. Now you are just... so boring. Listen now, accursed. You are Orahim's friend, so it falls on you to show him mercy. The poor fool. Oh, great serpent, he is so tortured. He wants so badly to forget what he's done, to live amongst those he has killed by the shipful a few months ago. Why not put him out of his misery? Whatever he is paying you for this charade, I will provide even greater compensation.
Do not try it.
We have come too far to turn on Orahim now.
Oh, for the love of, how would you know that? You know Orachim for a few moments, and already you know more of his character than the ones who've spent their whole lives with him?
Yeah, I do.
This is no longer...
Zero
You know why I
zero
do?
You've come to
Said.
take my life, so let us
So
finally
how are you
have some
today,
fun,
Rob?
shall we? Come
I'm
now.
doing okay,
The
Zero.
great serpent shall feast upon your bleeding, broken corpses.
Yeah, best offense there was just to charge in. I already have one of these.
Best not to leave anything useful behind.
Finally, it is done. With Khaslav dead, the people of Dazra should finally see that I am a zealot no more. My ties to that life have been well and truly severed. I promised you payment. Here, take this. It is a key to a deposit in my shack. It is yours. All of it. Thank you. Really, thank you for everything. Go on now. I will stay here for a time to think and meditate. Hopefully, I will see you in Dazra.
I'm finally done with Korriban.
Kerzo said. Question: dude, does this story on this game fit into the Star Wars story or something that has nothing to do with the other stories?
This is entirely separate. The mod author wrote the story to be completely outside of the established Star Wars lore. That way it wasn't stepping on any of the Disney copyrights. Not very high value. Not very heavy either, though.
HK Rendition said. Prob not canon.
No, it's definitely not canon. It's basically sometime during the Clone Wars, this splits off from the established timeline, and the new established story
I'm going to end.
basically makes the
Feel free to keep the fragrant bits to yourself.
the Yuzhan Vong, which is Star Wars Legends material now. Let me check where I am on the map. I can't see the map.
HK Rendition said, I ain't gonna lie, I loved the Clone Wars movie. General Grievous and that voice of his, I loved and Obi's intro. Why hello there.
I definitely loved the Clone Wars and Revenge of the Sith, and the sequel movies made me like the Phantom Menace. Let's empty our pockets. I can't drop that.
HKA Rendition said, Revenge of Awesome. Phantom I think was my first SW movie I ever watched.
I was fortunate in that
HKA Rendition said, everything before that Ray chick, I even liked the Solo movie.
yeah, I have found something redeemable in every Star Wars movie except for the last two. I even found something redeemable in The Force Awakens.
Engines firing.
Back among the stars. As a heavenly celestial, it must feel good for you to...
All right. That's interesting.
HKA Rendition said, I hear they making more SW.
That's the goal.
HKA Rendition said,
But
another trilogy.
I have no desire for them to make more. Until they... Alright, that's Mandalore, and I can go there. So guess what? I have contraband on board the ship. And I wanted to make sure that we are not going to get...
Jump complete. Propulsion restored.
jumped by the Empire or the Rebel Alliance because of contraband.
And you didn't even scratch the paint.
This place even smells like deceit. We should make our business quick.
I like that. It even smells like deceit.
The Imperial fleet's a joke. They haven't caught us yet.
The Empire will never crush the Collective. They'd have to catch us first.
They're not going to catch you. That Star Destroyer that's outside, we captured that. That was the only ship capable of catching you guys.
Been hearing some stuff about the Mandalorian being back. If I ever find that bastard, the things I do to him.
I hope you do not have any loose cred sticks. I fully expect you would find them missing when we leave here.
Greetings. Welcome aboard, fellow. Sure.
Look at that. Harvested organs. You don't have enough to buy all the harvested organs. You might have ammo, though. So let me see what ammo you've got. I do need ammo. I know I need 1.5 and 3.5, 5.5 and 6, the BAW3. Where's the sniper? Sniper right there, yeah. Let me look at my weapons. Alright.
Glandry Mage.
4.5 I need.
Taste good with Sally. Glandry Mage.
6.0.
Said. Salt.
2.5. 1.5.
Zero core. Said. Yo Glantry.
Now he might have enough for that last bit of... He does. How about some Beskar? You don't have enough for Beskar.
Yeah?
Last week who smiled at me funny, I sewed his mouth shut. Now he laughs the same way he
Hello,
is.
fellow pirate. Affirmative.
Glantry Mage. Said. Yo Zero.
You have 7,000.
HK Rendition. Said. Ah at Glantry Mage.
Why don't you have enough money? You bleeding droid. Where's the other store? There she is.
I hope you came with credit. My price is maybe. We can talk about whatever you want, as long as you got the creds.
As long as you've got the creds. The fuck if I've got the creds. Alright, you've got 250,000. I have 39,000 worth of Beskar here. Hey, wait a minute. You're only going to give me 19.9? I guess because I like you. These are worth 7 apiece. So are these. But I have no use for them. There's some vortex crap in here too. I get these? Alright. And you have what for ammo? I'll take that. What do you have for weapons? Power beat? Not something I need. Not something I need. That's a pretty hefty vibroblade. 762? What am I carrying around? I'm not even carrying a vibroblade. What's in my ship? This one's only 382. Is that the only vibroblade I kept? No, there's one. 273. And you know what? Breaks through even the strongest armor, chance to freeze, anti-personnel, irradiated. But you want 39,000 for it. I'm gonna take it anyway. I'm gonna sell you that.
Glantry Mage said, "Ah, at HK Rendition."
I still don't know why I can't see the MPL 57. It's bugging the hell out of me, but I can't find an answer to why I can't see it. I'll come back when you have more money.
Don't miss me too much.
The spacesuits are how I made all my money.
It would seem that none of the wealth stolen over the decades has been spent on upkeep for the station.
No, I don't think so, Andreja. What's my current mission? Visit my rented room. No. Let's go find out what Sarah wants.
start something? Because I'll finish it.
Good luck with that. Because I'll tell you one thing.
HK Rendition said,
Your orders, Captain.
You good?
Sarah must be upstairs in my room.
As the hero of the terror, you need your
what's
own
new with you
comic
today?
book, your own cartoon, your
Hey there.
own theme song.
Bye,
Wish everyone
boss.
else felt the same way to make this happen.
I want to say thank you for everything you did in Dasra. As members of Constellation, it's our job to explore distant worlds, but it's sometimes unclear what responsibilities we hold beyond that. You saw a city in need, and made the difficult decision to intercede rather than observe. For that, you should be commended. That may be, but when called into service, you did what was necessary.
Really?
That's something to be admired. In any case, I'm thankful the Council held you in such high regard. For the representatives to entrust you with so much responsibility, from choosing a leader to stopping the Servants' Crusade is, well,
I think they just wanted to have a scapegoat in case everything went wrong.
And they couldn't have chosen a better person to do so. I would like to pick your brain, however, regarding your choice of speaker. Call it intellectual curiosity. Tell me, what influenced your decision to advocate for House Dilkef? Indeed. In times of chaos, the ability to remain composed can be a calming force for the city as a whole. Regardless, you did your best to navigate rough seas, both practically and politically. And with the immediate
Like I
threat
said,
taken care of,
they just
one
wanted
hopes
somebody
that Dasra
to
will
lay
look
the
forward
blame
to a
on if
brighter
everything
future.
went wrong.
As it should be. In any case, I would call this mission a resounding success. I feel we have a better understanding of House Varun's culture and politics, and the galaxy is just a tiny bit less hostile as a result.
A very tiny bit.
I have something I need to discuss with you. One Hope was a real piece of work, wasn't
Phoenix said, BRB.
All right, Denise.
Despicable is too kind a word. He held innocent people with little regard, treating their lives like numbers on a balance sheet. It's an absolute disgrace. I'm relieved to hear you say that. Letting him off the hook would have been a terrible injustice.
No, there's no way I was letting him off the hook.
Had you taken the money, this would have been a very different conversation. I'm proud of you. It took a lot of integrity to say no to that offer.
Yes, I know that.
Some of them will, and some of them won't. What happens to them isn't your fault. It's Ron Hope's. Well, I think I've lectured you enough. Thanks for taking the time to listen to me.
Okay, so she's done talking to me. We could go do failure to communicate. Or we could go collect more artifacts, but I think that's going to advance the main quest a bit much. I don't think I want to go to Taris just yet. First contact. I think
HK Rendition said, when in doubt, I bring up a spinny wheel.
I'm not sure, but I think first contact and failure to communicate are at the same place. No. No, I remember who Alban Lopez is. We can go do that one, because that's a paying mission.
Oh, my God. I heard what happened with Ron.
I heard what happened with Ron. The annoying fan.
Any new orders for me?
I haven't given you any orders yet. How would I have new ones for you? And truth be known, I only really hired you onto the crew because your family treated you like shit. Now then, somewhere out there,
Docking seal released.
yep, right there.
HK Rendition said, what a savior.
Her family really treated her like shit. And that was when they sent me to rescue her. Her family pulled me aside and said, you really probably should kill her instead. I owe 147 bounty there, huh? So
HK Rendition said, "Ow day."
Yeah, that's why I decided not to leave her with her family. Alright, so I want to go to Kuat, but I owe a $147 bounty. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to Coruscant. And I'm going to find the bounty board. Where's the spaceport? Probably there. I don't know where the bounty board is, but I gotta find the bounty board and pay my bounty so I can go there. Otherwise, they have to arrest me. They take anything that's in my possession that's stolen. It's a hassle.
So many people, all in one place. I still cannot feel entirely comfortable.
I think the bounty board's over here.
HK Rendition said, I feel ya, brother man.
I have a stolen item or two in my possession. I don't want to give them up. There we go. Now we can go to the Kuat drive yards.
Three key eyewitnesses, but all three have recounted their testimony, leaving the investigation in shambles.
HK Rendition said, it's past midnight here and I want to go to bed, but woman is out in JHB, so I'm waiting for her to let me know when she's back at the house safe.
I don't blame you, brother. I've heard bad things about being out in JHB at night.
Lifting off now.
I imagine it's a little bit better now than it was 10, 15 years ago, but
Apogee kick complete. Orbit steady.
HK Rendition said, yeah, Yoberg ain't great. HK Rendition said, still terrible.
hate to hear it, brother.
Another perfect jump, just like you planned.
It's the Mandalorian. Mandalorian!
Yeah, right. Scanning. Damn it! Spin up the drives! We're leaving. Sorry. Faster!
Please, don't kill me!
Alright, where's my planet? I feel like I'm not where I want to be. That's where I want to be. There's nowhere marked to land. Let's go over there and see if there'll be a place marked to land. That's not
HK
fun.
Rendition said. Gabs is on her way back, so almost there for me to pass out.
Nice. Somewhere in this system,
HK Rendition said. Wait, hold up. Is this real? Star Wars Genesis is a fan-made modification for the game Starfield?
yes, it is. 315 mods? Something like that?
HK Rendition said. That's insane on.
It is. Alright, I'm gonna land here. The least fleshed out portion of it is the part that I just finished on Korriban, which is actually the shattered space part. The whole, the Mantis storyline where you become the...
Never grow weary of seeing places. It is impossible to imagine what these look like.
Where you become the Mantis bounty hunter has been changed to becoming the Mandalorian.
HK Rendition said. This is so well done for a fan-made mod.
Well, he even got limited permission to use the music, which means that he's not going to get in trouble for it. But I can still get in trouble for it. Okay, I know what planet this is.
I heard something.
I can't remember the name in the original game.
You thought you could evade me?
There's Andresia killing something. This is a hostile planet. Yeah, we should get back in the ship, because this is not where I wanted to be.
Struts retracted. Let's get out of here.
HK Rendition said, I think my first SW game was Rogue Squadron, haha.
That's a pretty good first Star Wars game. Maybe it's this planet over here. On one of these planets is what is the item I'm looking for.
HK Rendition said, back in '98 when I was like 9.
Alright, I can't land on that planet. That's what I'm looking for. I knew as soon as I saw it, I'd know where I was going.
Even without, it would seem that the work here has come to an end.
Yes, the work here has come to an end.
I have something for you. Next something for you, Cap. Liftoff looks good. All systems nominal. Looks peaceful from up here, doesn't it?
Where is Mandalore? There it is. We're going to do some modifications. Yes, we just stole the Millennium Falcon.
Another successful jump. No distance is too far for you, Captain.
Ooh. She's fast, by the way. And I just docked with the Star Destroyer instead of the space station.
All right, let's cycle that airlock and get aboard. We're loose.
She's really fast. And although I am not used to maneuvering from outside the ship, it's the Millennium Falcon, man. You got to be able to see it.
HK Rendition said, OMG is that? HK Rendition said, no, it can't be the ship.
That is the Millennium Falcon. YT 1300.
Rendition said, HK Rendition said, it is. HK Rendition
Now
said,
that we've got the legacy,
I was
I
like,
might
no
work on
ways.
a few personal projects. All right, let's see what you need.
That's her. Now I'm going to need to switch to mouse and keyboard because I cannot build with the regular. All right.
HK Rendition said, okay Jason, longer MSGS, but fewer.
Alright, I need to... YT 1300 max shield projector.
Short Bus said, at HK Rendition thanks for subbing. I did the same thing to your channel.
I don't want to, what I want is under equipment. Oop, that was the wrong key.
HK Rendition said, shot at Short Bus Air, that baby that did the Kessel run in less than 12 parsecs.
That's her. Alright, so I've already got the scan jammer. That's what the dish counts as. Do I have any mount points available? I don't think I do. So I'm not going to be able to put the comm spike on here. Now, we're no longer going to be recognized as the Mandalorian.
The Empire will never crush the Collective. They'd have to catch it.
The layout's going to be a little bit different. Because, of course, we had to use Starfield interiors.
What's good, Cap? If you need something, I've got your back.
This should lead to the cockpit.
Yes, Your Eminence.
Where'd I get an astromech? That's funny. I like that. I don't want to.
Gaming.
I don't want to catch
said,
the annoying fan in there.
Hey Rob and all in chat.
Alhoon, welcome aboard, brother.
HK Rendition said, "A we." Alboon Gaming said, "No camera today."
Not with this game, Alhoon. Yeah, I think this is a little bit overbalanced as a ship.
Grav drive speed. Systems green.
Well, there's nothing in the air. Let me see what's weapon 1. Weapon 2. Concussion missile launcher. Okay.
Good to go for landing.
There may not be life here, but we should still be cautious.
How would you know there's no life here? Yeah, I only parked like on top of this guy's house.
I'm not afraid to use this to defend my home and my family.
That would be a mistake.
You sure as hell don't look like any spacer I've seen before. So let me get this straight. You heard a distress call and you flew all the way down here. What are you, some sort of priest or good Samaritan? I didn't know people like you were real. But I got a heap load of problems. And I'm willing to pay my share for the help. I don't know what game you're playing, but I guess I'm in. Used to be 4 families that list helped set up stakes in this system. We rarely saw eye to eye in the best of times, and believe me, True, these ain't the best of times. Spacers started raiding, and it's been getting worse.
Did you hear that, True?
Only a matter of
These
time
are not the
before they
best
end
of
us
times.
all. Unless you're willing to help some hard-working, pig-headed settlers out. If you're trying to convince me that my fellow man is a bitter disappointment, believe me, I'm way ahead of you. The Wens and the Bandits are farmers like me. Jacqueline the mayor and her daughter have some mining operation with dreams of hitting it big. I've tried in the past to get us to work together, but you don't join list unless you have a healthy dollop of obstinacy. Really? I had no idea. The Spacers have taken out the family's list satellites, so we can't even talk to each other. Isolate and eliminate, a classic tale. You fix the Lopez satellite and I'll open a secure channel and we can sync up and get the lay of the land. And then get all of our satellites operational. I have. Twice. I took out the old pickup. Last time I tried, I barely made it out alive. They're using the damn satellites as bait. My ship just isn't up for facing spacers. But yours, a whole different animal. It might be I'm getting caught up in the moment, but I actually feel optimistic for once. Thanks.
With any luck, I won't destroy your house next time I land. But no promises.
Stay in orbit. Jump. You're cool.
I think you've mistakenly said that backwards. Okay, that's garbage. Alright, where's our satellite? There it is. The drift in this thing is real.
Green light is on, which means communications is up. Sending the data on the other satellites. You do hear me, right? Hello? Now that's a weight off my shoulders. It's gonna take some time dealing with someone competent. I don't suppose you want a job working hydroponics. No one ever says yes to that. Once you repair the other satellites, I'll open a channel to the other families.
HK Rendition said, W. Dono.
Zero, you left your wire in space again.
Are you there?
Albin? How the hell? I'm almost glad to hear your voice.
Listen, we need to meet, all of us. These spacers have got us on the ropes.
What sort of game are you playing? We're not going to fall for another of your cons.
No game, no rules. Times have changed. We need to move on or we'll all be the saddest little footnote in history.
We can meet, but it'll be on my ship.
Fine.
Odd Noble said, Howdy doody friend Rooney. 00 Core said, left my wire in space. What kind of wire we talking about exactly? LOL.
Zero wire.
00 Core said, hello Odd.
Fire everything you got!
Hand pink waving, 0.
Mr. Odd Noble!
They're not escaping.
You can try and run.
Enemy shield systems offline.
I don't know if you've noticed this, but I haven't been trying to run. Nuclear fuel rods. No, I don't need any of those. But I will take the ship parts.
HK Rendition said, "Okay everyone, Gabs is back safe so I can head to bed as almost 0100 here. Have a good stream RP.
Good
And
night,
enjoy
HK.
chat. Cheers you legends." Odd Noble said, hand pink waving, HKA.
Panda, you there? You got the satellites back up? That helps.
Hey, I'm glad the missus is back home safe.
I didn't know you had friends. I'm turning over a new leaf. And that thing, we have to meet. All the families. Oh, I bet Jackie's gonna love that. Oh, she was a real peach about it. So she's in? Has to be her ship, but she's in. I'll come over. And, Alvin, it's good to hear you. Oh, you're choking me up here. And that's Chanda. Good people. Maybe too good. More satellites to fix.
HKA Rendition said, "Hey and cheers hot thanks RP, cool check y'all laters." HKA Rendition said, "Hit the like button." HKA Rendition said, "K." HKA Rendition said, "Bye."
Here's the Wen satellite.
Excellent. I'll patch in. Lopez to win? Lopez to win. When? When? This does not sound good. When, please? We may be the three families now. And that's the last of them. Stranger, let's meet up on Lemaire's ship. I'll square away payment. But I have a feeling this ain't over and there may be further paying work ahead.
Gotta get those glamour shots.
You got anything to say? Say it to Jackie.
Glandry Mage said, "I have returned and I see the Millennium Falcon blasting off." Glandry Mage said, "Very NCE shots."
Yeah, I discovered where this thing was parked and I was like, okay. I'll take it.
Do something useful.
Charming as ever. First things first, I'm pretty sure the Spacers got the wins. No contact with them.
All of them? Oh my God.
Shit.
They were good people. And they died. Needlessly. Because we couldn't get our act
Landry Mage said,
It's rich coming from you.
"Hello,
You
Alvin, my
scammed
brother
me
from
time
another
and time
mother."
again, Albin.
The Spacers are a threat to us all, Jackie.
And that is the salient point. Mistakes were made, we need to get past that. What I'm proposing is a mutual defense pact, nothing else. Each of us throws in our ships, men, materials, and whatnot, enough to protect all of our asses.
I wouldn't give you one solitary ounce of helium-3 if my life depended on it.
The problem is, it does. I think we all need to cool off. Stranger, a word? First things first. You did an honest day's work, you deserve an honest day's pay. Here, with heartfelt compliments. But I expect you know what's coming next. We're not military folk, and I'm not ashamed to say we are out of our depth. I'll pay you more, much more. You can help kick the Spacers out of our system for good, and coordinate our efforts to do so. You are something else. So we're not babes in the woods. Each family has a ship or two and hard men and women that can handle themselves in a firefight. But the root of the problem is, admittedly, a self-inflicted injury.
Yep.
My family was here first, and when Liz sent other families here, perhaps I didn't take to it kindly. Might be I made an odd credit here or there at their expense. Something Lemaire especially has never let me live down. But now we need the Lemaires and the Bandits both, I reckon. Listen, I'm not proud of what I did, but this was my system first. Then Jackie comes lately arrives.
You own a solar system. No, you don't.
Ancient history. We gotta evolve or award just fuel for the Spacers. I wouldn't hold my breath with Jackie. The band is good folk. Well, hopefully. We need to cooperate now, but also in the future. We need a mutual defense pact.
Do you understand?
Commander, please talk with Band and Lemaire. Lemaire, God help us, especially we could use. The family's got the most ships and crew by far. If she's a lost cause, Dan and I can muddle through.
You claim to own an entire solar system.
Hello, stranger. Your work in getting the satellites up? You've done us a good turn. I know it was paying work, but a lot of mercs wouldn't even take a list contract. You here to talk about the defense pact? List is long on ideals, but short on credits and, well, sense. Don't get me wrong, they've got the best of intentions, but intentions alone aren't enough. I figured he might. I mean, I agree that right now coming together makes
Landry
sense,
Mage
but going forward,
said, "He must be a
it's
Sith."
hard to imagine Jackie and Alvin working together for the long
He's
haul
damn
without
close to
one
it, yeah.
winding up with a knife
Landry
in the back.
Mage said, "Only a Sith deals in absolutes."
If you can get those stubborn mules to work together, really together, they might be able to see the sense of this defense pact going forward. If you say so. Well, the bandits will join the defense pact. We got one ship operational, another we can patch up. It's not much, but you'll have us when you need us.
Great, I've essentially got a guy with a pickup truck with a machine gun on back.
Just so you know, Albin is a con man and a thief. Associating with the likes of him reflects poorly on your character. Don't be so certain. So here's the deal. Odds are good my crew can hold out against the Spacers all by ourselves.
No, you can't.
If we're gonna band together, I have the most to contribute and the most to lose. The smart play for my interests is the Lemaire's hunker down and outlast the storm. I may not be some sort of military expert, but you can't know that for certain.
I am a military expert.
That is a good point. I mean, if I could trust all parties involved, of course, you're right. Well, that's certainly true. Well, you might have a point. Fine. Let Albin know that I'm willing to try this defense pack for now.
So is a defense pact in business? Come on, don't keep me in suspense. Well, she has every right to hold a grudge. But she's joining us anyway? How in the hell did you manage that? Wait, words can do that? Like I said, miracles never cease. So, the sensors have picked up 2 contact groups. Undoubtedly our spacer friends. We don't have many ships, but we can send them with you. Or hold them in reserves, your call.
Alright.
Expect more than you encountered at the satellites. How much more? Hard to say at this distance. You are a wonder to behold. After you deal with the Spacers, meet back on my farm. I've got an idea how to find where the Spacers are based.
That ship will carry the memory of your visit forever.
Yes, yes they will. I don't know if the glitch is still in the game, but there's a glitch where if you forget to undock with another ship, you'll take it with you when you go places. Shouldn't there be ships here?
Go ahead. Try and run.
Why would I do that? Just lost that lock on. The bigger group should be here.
Shield up and fire.
You're no match for us.
And you were supposed to say you're no match for us while you were beating me. But you were never beating me. I think I'm done looting the ships. Oh, that sun is bright. Alright, the quad laser turrets are definitely a thing of beauty. Did I loot this? Must have. Alright, I'm gonna try not to land on your house. No guarantees, but I'm gonna try not to land on your house, dude.
Landing salvo's clean. Let's set it down.
Yeah, it looks like I barely missed his house.
Exploration requires courage, and in this case, a functional suit.
To the distress call?
Glad to hear you're back, safe and sound. Banda, you owe me 30 credits.
You're tougher than I thought.
Easy money. So while you were doing that, I used the communication satellites to triangulate some spacers' chatter.
Yeah.
You did what?
I'm more than just a pretty face. Anyway, there's an old derelict star station the spacers are using as a base. That's the plan. We throw everything we got at them. There are undoubtedly a lot of spacers there, both ships and men on the station itself.
We need to excise this cancer from our system. Every last one of them.
100% agree. So, oh glorious leader, any words of wisdom or inspiration before we embark?
How about don't get yourself killed?
So caution's the word of the day. Got it. We need to bring everything we got to bear. There won't be any do-overs on this one. We'll all be waiting for you to jump in.
There's something weird about this cave. I hope I don't scorch your front porch, dude.
Achieving orbit now.
Strap in, sister, we're taking off.
Said, "This is no cave."
Thrilled is not the word I think that you mean. Terrified is more appropriate. Alright guys, I'm going to take a very quick break. I encourage everybody, grab a snack, refresh your drink, stretch your legs. I'll be back in less than 5 minutes. Let's get aboard. Why is he carrying two of these? What good are two? Alright, this guy's good. Need to see the stuff to know what they've got. No, this is very valuable. Probably should have done this early in the game. Ah, well. Charge.
At least we know your ship is still here.
What do you mean, at least we know my ship's still here? Ah, look at that beauty. Whew. Gorgeous, isn't it?
Quite. Truly, the Great Serpent has blessed you.
Wasn't the Great Serpent. Most of the people are up. Now most of them have gone down. It's like they don't want to see me. got decent value for a rifle.
Did they have anything of value?
Could you wait until I look in their pockets?
I've got you!
He came to a gunfight with a knife. Literally. That takes balls. At the stage where I'm not even taking all the drugs I can find. Alright, still got somebody downstairs. He's already up here.
This is the first deep breath I've taken in months. I make no illusions. You did this. And now it's up to us to keep it going. Very diplomatic. It's horseshit, of course. But it sounded nice. The rest of the families and I, well, we chipped in for a reward. I know it's probably a pittance compared to what someone like you makes. But, we're just dirt poor farmers and miners just trying to get by. I think I need to shut up now. Don't want to get... Damn you. I'm not... Yeah, deep breath. If you ever are in this system, you come back and visit. We'll give you a warm welcome for the ages.
Yeah, you guys just don't get at each other's throats, all right?
You are incredible.
We're free!
Nice. Clean sep there.
No, I don't want to do that. If I'm not mistaken, this is the derelict spaceship above the pleasure planet.
Grav jump complete.
Are you carrying
I'm here for
anything?
you. I am always willing to carry an extra weapon. Or 2. Or 3.
You're not carrying anything extra right now. Okay.
Oh, yes, perhaps this is of use to you.
That's why I
look
love
forward to our
traveling
next
with you.
discussion.
But I think I want to travel with Sarah for a while. That does 260. What does my sniper do? .245. But my sniper's suppressed. Uh, 15 more damage. Larger mag, higher fire rate, and it's suppressed. I think I'm going to keep the slightly less damage. And where did Andreja go? Because I think I have to drop her as a companion before I can ask Sarah to join me.
Important? A lot on your mind? I'm glad you're back. Let's get moving.
Nope, I can just ask her to go with me. Pardon me. Let's go down to the planet. Now let's first hail the unidentified ship. The cockpit's empty. We've already been contacted by the planet and asked to come down. So let's go find out what they want. They're going to ask us to go see the ship.
Beginning landing cycle.
Never grow weary of seeing places like this. I'm glad to see you. You will be lost without me, but as you wish.
I asked Sarah to come.
Back and happy to listen. Yes, yes, absolutely. Perhaps something you might be interested in. If I can help you with anything, just say the word. Oh, yes, of course. I almost forgot.
Awesome. Andresia gives me money. You give me toxic
Take
things.
care of yourself.
I would rather get the money, given the choice.
Don't worry about us. We're just here to keep the peace.
Anybody who tells me not to worry about them, that's the first person I worry about.
We try to stay out of the guest's way, but we're always here if needed.
Welcome to Paradiso. Jiro Sugiyama at your service. Do you have a security concern, or is there something else I can help you with? Neither. We're our own private force. The Paradiso group pays top dollar for top-notch security.
But you're wearing Imperial armor.
We're some of the best in the business. We have to be out here on the fringes of the settled systems. Ah, yes, of course. I'm glad you came. As you can imagine, we're in a bit of a predicament. Under normal circumstances, we would not enlist outside help in this manner. But this is a matter we can't afford to worry our guests about. As such, we need to handle this discreetly. Failure on your part to do so could have severe consequences. So, before we proceed, can you swear not to discuss this with anyone else unless explicitly directed to do so? You're right. We're not. Which means we're not bound by anyone's laws but our own. In other words, it's our system and our rules. Neither the UC nor the Freestar Collective will help you if you get into trouble here.
Which means that they won't stop me if you cross me here.
Great. I appreciate it. Not too long ago, a strange and enormous ship appeared in Korriban space. It is now locked in orbit around our planet.
Mm-hmm.
So far,
I saw it.
Doesn't seem to be hostile, but any attempts to communicate with it have been in vain, so we're unsure of the ship's intentions. Not quite. It took some time, but we received a transmission. It was all, pardon the phrasing, it sounded almost alien, like nothing anyone's heard before. Clicks, distorted groans, buzzing, really disturbing sounds. Now, one of our engineers says it could just be some busted comm equipment or incompatible signals, but we're not sure. So far, no one's disembarked from the ship. No landing craft, nothing. We don't have the staff or ships to spare, otherwise we'd dock with it and attempt to board. Can't say for sure. Looks worn, but not cobbled together like a Crimson Fleet junker. Others have been saying it's some new Varun design, a gigantic battleship with hidden armaments preparing for assault, but that doesn't check out either. There's also been talk about non-human sentient life.
You mean
the
like me?
data we received might support that, but humanity's spread far and wide, and no one's ever encountered anything like that.
You mean like me?
Still, first contact. Could you imagine? It is. Whatever's going on, we need to approach this with care. First, see if you have more luck communicating with them. If not, you may have to try boarding. Whatever you do, it's important to remember to seek diplomacy with who or whatever's on board. As soon as you have any more information, report to Oliver Campbell. He's the CEO of Paradiso. All formal decisions will need to go through him.
Okay.
You'll have your pay. Good luck.
All right. They paved Paradiso and put up a parking lot.
Need some work done? I'm sure you can find something you like.
Don't be so sure. I just want to see what you've got. Nope. Nothing Star Warsy.
Okay, no problem.
Alright, that's the speeder I currently have active. Right? Select that one as active. Come on, Sarah, let's go for a ride. Yeah, I think I can handle that.
Pressure holding.
Seems more like an appropriate beach vehicle. When we come back.
Looks peaceful from up here, doesn't it?
Come along now. Say something intelligent. I don't have an astromech droid.
Airlock integrity looks good.
Oh, it's a good thing the airlock integrity looks good.
Remain calm. There's no reason to suspect whatever it is hostile. You're human.
No, I'm not.
Clearly you're not. You're obviously human, but how are you here? We didn't know any others left Earth.
Imagine what's going through these poor people's minds right now. There's no reason to tease.
Perhaps we should greet our guests.
Of course. Manners. I'm Captain Diana Brackenridge. This is Security Officer Bomani Reader. And this is Dr. Mabuti da Costa, one of our elders.
A pleasure to meet you.
I don't know all the particulars, but I'll try to answer as best I can. It's a colony ship. It was built long ago by our ancestors to sustain our crew over hundreds of years in space through generations of travelers. It's sturdy, fast, and spacious. That last one is important because we had to take as many supplies as possible with us on the journey and still have ample space for our crew.
Colony ship.
I see. As you may have presumed, we're in a bit of a bind.
Our ship has finally completed its near 200-year journey from Earth, only to find our new home seemingly colonized by... well, we don't know.
Communications haven't been successful, so your arrival is fortuitous. Perhaps you'd be willing to act as a middle person between ourselves and... the others. We do. Well, sort of. We saw structures using our surveying equipment. We've also seen the various ships pass us by. Some even seemed to want to communicate, but couldn't. Of course, we had no idea that they were being piloted by other humans.
Well, the short answer is, we didn't. It's a generation ship, which is to say that most of us lived long, happy lives on board and passed our mission down to our children. It was never intended that the original crew would make it to our destination. The goal was always the preservation of the human race above all else. Though, it would seem that was perhaps a bit presumptuous. We're not entirely sure. Our engineers believe it's possible our technology just isn't compatible with theirs. All we hear when using them to communicate with anyone is a bunch of disturbing noise. It gave me the heebie-jeebies at first.
Ah, your question confirms one of our recent theories. It would seem that some form of faster-than-light travel or space-bending technology was invented during our long journey. That would explain why we would find people this far out into space. I guess technology leapfrogged us at some point. Interesting. I can only imagine that our predecessors didn't believe the technology would ever work. And so they made the decision to leave when they did. Oh yes, of course. Where are my manners? Now then, please follow me. There's much to discuss first. We'll speak more on the matter once we reach the bridge. Dr. Costa, you may return to your quarters if you wish.
Thank you, Captain.
I will follow you to the bridge, ma'am, for security purposes.
I do not believe we have need to
Careful waving that fancy gun around.
You
don't need to see what it can do.
Welcome to the Earth colony ship Constant. In the early 2100s, my ancestor, Rupert Brackenridge, researched a number of scientific scenarios: climate change, asteroid impact, nuclear war, global pandemic, and more. Each scenario showed the likelihood of an extinction-level event to be within 50 years. He fully believed Earth was destined to be rendered uninhabitable. We've always assumed that's what happened.
We were never trained.
He gathered the best and brightest he could find, built the Constant, and set a course for this planet here. We were told that it was the largest, most advanced ship ever constructed on Earth at the time. If you can believe, entire generations have been born, lived, and died on this ship. It really goes to show that there are no limits to human ingenuity and perseverance.
Oh, I can believe it.
We got strict rules around here. They're strict for a reason.
have to say, with technology this outdated, I'm amazed this vessel is able to navigate at all. It's almost like walking through a museum.
I really like Captain Breckenridge.
No matter the outcome, I won't let my crew down. Difficult is the wrong word. It can be both challenging at times and also exciting. Our mission was to rebuild humanity on a distant world, believing that we were Earth's last hope. To think that while there has always been a Breckenridge in the captain's chair, that I am the one to finally oversee our journey's end is truly exhilarating. But with this stumbling block in our path, at this final moment, I fear tough choices will need to be made. A bit frazzled, as you can imagine. People are anxious about discovering that we're not alone, and also worried about what will come to pass. While we hope we can work out a deal with the people on the surface, they seem reluctant to reach out, so there's no telling what will come of that. I do know that we can't afford to stay here in orbit forever. The ship was built to sustain us for many years with backup provisions just in case, but even that will come to an end eventually. I think I'm coming up on 6 years now. I was only a teenager when my father died, passing command of the ship to me, as is tradition. Because of that, I've had to sort of learn as I go along, instead of taking years of study and apprenticeship under the prior captain. I think some people on the ship resent me for not having the level of experience as my predecessors.
So, she says I was only a teenager.
We likely wouldn't have made it here so
Let's
quickly.
be generous and say she was 19. She's at most 25. Captaining a generation ship.
Well, as I mentioned, we've been unsuccessful in communications.
That's
with
a lot
anyone up until you arrived.
of
We're not
responsibility
for that to
on
try.
her shoulders.
But since you're asking, maybe you'd be willing to be a sort of diplomat between us and them as we attempt to resolve our situation. Does that sound agreeable to you? We suspect that our equipment is woefully obsolete compared to whatever you all have now. In all honesty, we never expected to need to communicate with anyone, so our comms aren't particularly robust. That limits our options. We even attempted communicating with lights and sounds, something we saw in an old movie, but I don't believe they picked up on it. If anything, it may have inadvertently alarmed them. Ah, so they have a name. Paradiso. And it sounds promising that they sent you here to speak with us. You see, we intended to settle here, but we assumed that they intend to defend their claim given their presence here. We'd like you to go speak to them on our behalf and help us negotiate a solution, preferably one that favors us. Based on the data our ancestors had when they launched this endeavor, it was determined that this was the perfect planet for us. Even if we had another viable candidate planet, we lack the resources to get there. And as you know, it took us 200 years to get here. Our people have no desire to go back to drifting the stars so their children's children can possibly settle on an inferior planet.
That's the reasonable.
Yes, of course. But we need to start from a firm position and state our goal. If need be, we can compromise, work out a mutually beneficial deal or some such. But initially, I'd like you to be firm with them and convince them to leave the planet to us. Let me know how they respond, and we'll go from there. We thought about it, but it simply won't do. I need to think about the distant future of our people. Sure, our first settlement may be small, but our predecessors dreamt of our new civilization spreading across the globe. That will be difficult if someone else plans to do the same. While we're not completely close to the idea of sharing, it's much easier if we have complete domain over this world. I'm serious. We have a rightful claim to this land, and I intend to fight for it. But as you're currently our only hope, perhaps you'll honor my request and give it your all, for the sake of some very weary travelers who have come a very long way to be here. Thank you.
Wow.
I've lived my entire life in the coast. I'm not sure how else to live.
She's presumptuous.
Just because our equipment's old doesn't mean it won't work to take down troublemakers.
I have no intention of stealing from them.
00
We didn't
core,
walk through there.
Said. Okay, she was arrogant, assuming they have any claim at all over the planet just because they were sent to it for colonization.
No, I do feel like they may have a valid claim, being Earth sent them.
Whether they know it or not.
For colonization purposes. However,
Never seen a ship like yours before. Then again, I haven't seen any ship.
that valid claim disappears when you tell an existing colony, get up and leave. Because they also originated on Earth. They just didn't come directly here. That would be like a group of people in any state in America building houses in an area, and eventually there's enough houses that they become a town. And then somebody comes along and says, hey, wait a minute. Our parents were told 80 years ago we could build a town here. You guys all have to leave.
Zero core. Said. No offense, but no one has a court claim on a planet. It's first come first serve. If someone beat you to it, then you don't have a claim.
It's dark out here.
00 core. Said. What she wants to do is no different than the English taking over the US from the natives. It's not colonization, is displacement of an existing tribe or community, etc.
Oh, this looks like a lovely place for a stay. Might also be the perfect time to stop for some food or tranquility. Where should we begin?
Did you notice, though, that I chose the option that let me say that I was a tentacled monster?
Zero Core said. Yet I thought it was funny.
Captain Dayu, Jade Swan. Aha.
Excuse me, you can't just waltz in there. Do you have an appointment? Oh, you're the one they're waiting for then. Do you need anything else from me before you meet with the board? I can't speak for anyone else, but I've got a pretty high-pressure job working as the executive assistant to the Paradiso board. You can imagine, dealing with a team of execs, trying to manage all of their schedules and their other whims. But it pays well, and they give me a nice executive suite at the hotel to live in. So, it's not all bad. Free access to all the resort's amenities after work helps too. People were a little freaked out around here, understandably. It looks so different, it's so massive. We honestly thought we were under attack by an unknown entity. But then, nothing happened.
I just used the ship's name and nobody else knows it.
Communicate with it. And we've been very careful not to alert the resort guests. The board believed it would be bad for business. What I could tell you would get me in a lot of trouble. Most of them are typical sea-level execs. I doubt you even need to use your imagination for that. The ones that show up to work day to day, at least. I swear, I've never even met some of them, because they chill at their own private, secluded beach homes all the time. Anyway, be smart around Oliver. He's got a way of getting what he wants without you realizing it. And that's all I'll say. Sure. Have fun in the shark tank. And don't worry, even they call it that.
I just feel that we should be focusing on the natural beauty of this planet, not our amenities.
There are millions of planets out there. People can go to any one of them. The resort facilities are precisely what we bring to the table. Heck, it's the only thing we've really got to offer.
I don't want to risk us coming off as just another artificial, shady, trash-filled dump like Neon. That's not who we are. We've got something special here. We should embrace that.
Balaam's right.
Thank you.
We don't want to compete with Neon. Bayou's ruthless. He'll do anything he can to eliminate the competition. We don't need that kind of trouble. That being said, I think there's a middle ground. Maybe build up the beachfront at a boardwalk amusement park. I've had this idea to build artificial hot springs, that sort of thing.
Sounds good. I'll look into what that will cost us, and we can circle back around to this.
Come on, mate. Loads more interesting things to do outside. No need to mill about in here. No, of course not. There's several more.
Zero
We're just the
Zero
ones
Core
who show up day to day.
said.
The
The
others
way
spend
she
their time
explained that
lazing on the
Oliver
beach
guy
and
makes me
gallivanting
think he
off-world.
likely tricks people into
Doesn't bother
what
me,
he
though.
wants by
Less
trying
cooks
to
in
get
the
them to
kitchen
do the
means I
opposite
get
of
to
what
make
he
all the big
wants.
decisions
Then when they push back
Seems
and
to be
do the
working out for
opposite.
us just fine.
Zero Zero Core.
Yeah, I think
said.
you're right.
He ends up getting his way. Zero Zero Core
I am.
said.
And you must
Just
be
a thought
the
about his character
diplomat
type.
Jiro told me about. Welcome, welcome. Normally I'd offer you an all-inclusive stay at our resort before we spoke. But given the circumstances, I'm going to cut to the chase. We've got our friends, the aliens, up there causing all sorts of problems for our resort. You like that? The marketing team came up with it. The thought is, if we can't get rid of them, it might actually attract more tourism. Come see the aliens! Despicable? Hardly. Just a backup plan in case we can't get them to leave. But you're right. No one's going to buy aliens. Remind me to fire the marketing team. So, tell me, what's the actual deal with this massive eyesore of a ship? Besides scaring people away.
I tempted to say that, but...
Well, that's something. Shame we can't just tell them kindly to bugger off. Something tells me that's not going to work. Now, tell me, what are we going to do about it? Give me some proposals, people. I need something to work with here.
We could offer to resettle them here. There's more than enough space.
They could stay here, temporarily, but it'll cost them quite a bit too. They'd need to work off all their debts before being allowed to leave.
Maybe not. What if we help them get out of here? Outfit their ship with a grav drive so they can find a new home. We could even lend our engineers to help and give their captain an updated star map. What do you think?
Sounds costly. We can't absorb that cost, and it's unlikely they even have compatible currency, let alone enough for the transaction. Someone else would have to foot the bill.
Oh, I swear this would be a lot easier if they ceased to exist entirely. Anyway, Seema's got the right idea. Either works for me. Just tell me what you want to do. We own this planet, they don't. Here at Paradiso, we don't like leaving things to chance. Who knows what these people will do with their land? Imagine the landscaping disasters they may come up with, and how that might mar the satellite imagery of the planet in our brochures. No, much better to assimilate them into our culture if they come here to live, rather than leave it to chance. Well, absurd or not, that's our official stance. I make the decisions that are best for our entire group. You don't. I'm not suggesting anything, other than it would make our lives so much easier if that ship ceased existing. Make of that what you will. It's not our responsibility to bear the brunt of that cost. We're being more than generous by offering the use of our engineering team to help install it. A custom grav drive can't come cheap, and I assume they have neither the monetary means nor the connections to get a hold of that kind of technology. That leaves the only other party in this negotiation. You. And which proposal will you be taking to the good captain? I assume there's a captain? They'd be hard-pressed to defend their claim in any courts. Our charter goes back years. It was registered with both the UC and Freestar Collective, per the Centaurus Proclamation. We may be outside the settled systems, but that charter as official as can be. I'm sorry, but you're going to need to be the one to break the news to them that they need to make a compromise or leave. Ah, good on you. You want to see a man named Benny St. James over at Hope Tech. He's the best in the business. If anyone can retrofit a 200-year-old ship with a modern grav drive, it'd be him. We'll coordinate our engineering team with his when you return, though you may have to help the Constance engineers prepare for it on their end.
Boy, they're lucky I have enough
I know
money.
this was a difficult decision, but if it's any consolation, I think you've made the right choice. Compared to the destruction of their vessel and relegating them to a life of servitude, I'd say this is the best chance they've got.
Right. On behalf of the Paradiso group, we appreciate your help.
With a name like Paradiso, the marketing for this place writes itself.
I really feel like I need to do a stealth mission up here and kill all of them.
Some of our guests think everything's complicated. I've seen people walk over this town, sing, you name it.
One of these days, I'd love to experience this resort the way our guests do.
Then quit and become a guest.
00 Core said. Yup, he still manipulated you through his partners. That whole they would live in servitude to pay off the debt of existing pushed you towards your choice. 00 Core said. No wonder she warned you about him.
Well, there was no persuade option with him. That's the biggest drawback. We're going to Hope Tech. I bet Burgett can get me one hell of a deal.
Hell of a view from here.
You've entered Rebel Alliance space. Maintain your current course while we scan for contraband. And that's it. You're cleared to land at Gallifrey Spaceport.
00 Core said. It's too bad this game isn't more sandbox-like so that you could say I don't know, kill the board and let them settle anyways, for instance.
That would definitely be outside the box.
Even the rebel agents have been impressed with how much garbage you've been taking out. Here. Hey, no funny stuff with that boost pack. Got enough flight traffic as it is.
One guard gives me $2,000 just for being me. The other one scolds me for wearing a boost pack.
Ron Hope once. Idealistic and perhaps a bit of a dreamer. But you have to admire what he's accomplished.
You know I killed him, right?
Take him down. You're done.
Zero Core said, "What the hell, why did they instantly attack you like that? You hadn't even shot anyone yet."
No, I didn't. I think that's a leftover error from when Ron and I shot it out.
Expecting me to jump down after you?
Through. Help!
There's that.
Oh no. It wouldn't work. The O2 needs enough capacity for the whole ship. Sure, that sounds like me. What can I do for you? I'm a little busy, but I think I could spare some time.
Zero Core said, "Love how the guy you want is running around like a chicken with his head cut off."
Of course I can help you. Oliver sent a courier ahead of you. I did some research on ships from that era, and I have a decent idea what we're dealing with. So grav drives didn't really take off until after the ship was built. But I've got access to an ancient grav drive that looks like it could be compatible. It's some minor adjustments. It's in good shape, too. Parts not cheap, though. Neither is the labor. Just pay the combined cost of parts and labor, and it's yours.
No, it's only 40,000?
It's a pretty big ask, given how rare these old
I'm going to
grav
try and
drives are.
persuade him.
True. I keep telling myself I'm holding on to it for the right time. Perhaps this is that right time. Maybe it is selfish of me to demand such a price. Tell you what, sounds like this is for a good cause. While I can't give you the part for free, I won't charge you for the work. You're darn right it is. I'll get to work on it right away. I recommend you go back to the ship and ask the captain to prepare for its retrofit. Standard stuff. I'm sure they have an engineer on board to help.
They
We'll
do
send
have
the
an
part
engineer.
along when it's ready and install it with the help of Oliver's people. Pleasure working with you.
See if they've got any weapons or ammo.
They didn't. Yeah, I
hope certainly embodies the saying, spared no expense.
I think that what happened is they were leftover guards
00 Core said.
From when
what the hell, the drive was only 25k. He was trying to charge you 15k for just the labor. Good thing you talked him down. Talk about greedy.
And that was just the labor for bringing it out of storage, because he's not putting it in.
Orbital pattern locked in.
Zero Core said. I mean, 2/3 the cost of the drive for labor is insane though, especially for just moving it.
Don't you just love grav jobs?
00 Core said. Well, maybe not 2/3, but still.
That's close to 2/3, yeah.
Green lights on outer hatch. We're docked.
Now that we know what's out there, things are going to be more interesting from here on out.
Just stay out of trouble. The Constant is a peaceful ship. Don't change that.
What do you mean, don't change that?
Careful waving that fancy
00 Core
We don't need to see
said. At that point I would have said screw, buy a second drive and do all the labor yourself, lol.
I want to find the captain's quarters. Because she should have a spare uniform.
That sounds so familiar. Something from history slates that I read. Oh, I feel I should know who this person is, but somehow it's escaped my memory.
This feels like her quarters. I am hidden. We're going to save.
Whatever he gets. Do you know how many times he saved the lives of
this time, thought we were alone.
If the other colonists knew how many times the constant almost came apart at the seams. Whew. But thankfully, I never let it. I was hoping to talk to our visitor from outer space, and here you are! Welcome, welcome!
You're more from outer space than I am.
But I won't overwhelm you. There will be plenty of time for that later. Please, indulge me just a couple. How did you do it? Did humanity finally discover faster than light travel and eclipse our poor old ship? I knew it. It's incredible! I read about this technology in our archives from Earth, but it was only theoretical back then. Amazing! I'll have to learn more. Oh, I've got so many questions, but I'm being rude. I haven't even given you my name. Chief Engineer Kazemi, but you can call me Amin. And, I might add, I'm one of the reasons we're still floating out here today.
00 Core said, "This is the alien calling the local an alien
Yes,
moment,
of course.
LMAO."
Anything for my
Right.
Yes, so many. Does everyone have their own spaceships like you? Do people only live on naturally habitable planets, or did they learn to terraform? Are we in contact with alien species? I have so many more, but I don't want to take up all your time.
I mean, I'm an alien.
I'm not surprised. The amount of energy it would take to terraform an entire planet seems improbable. I can assume these types of colonies are strictly for mining and gathering rare resources, since there are nearly limitless habitable planets to choose from out there. Haha! I knew it! Incredible! Amazing! Simply amazing! In our ancestors' time, only the very wealthy could afford to build ships. Even this ship was only possible by our families pulling together nearly all of their financial resources.
00 Core said, "Their engineer
thank you
seems
for
like
taking
quite the
time to talk with
optimist."
me. I can have a bit
I
of
agree.
a personality,
I agree.
I'm told. So let me know if I ever get on your nerves. Many years ago, when I was a junior engineer, the reactor's computer burned out. The computer that controls the reactor's various regulators. I'll spare you the details, but when that happens, the ship and everyone on it is in danger of turning into a mess of hot slag. I had to jury-rig parts from old media devices to prevent a meltdown. And that's how I became the boss around here.
No, I didn't say that. Clearly, that's ridiculous. I mean,
Ah, great question. I do not know for sure, but I can venture a guess. All of the reading I've done on the matter suggests that at the time, there was uncertainty that the technology would ever work, or if it did, that it would work at the scale we needed.
That kind of makes sense.
I trust they made the decision.
They were
to
never
strike it
quite
when they
sure
did,
it was going to be
fully
right.
believing it was the only way. What grav drive? Just joking with you. The Paradiso engineers filled me in. Okay, let's see what we need to do. All right. This will be fun. And hopefully there will be no explosions in the process. I have just received word that the drive is here. Ready to get to work? You do? Well, this should be a bit easier, though I must remind you, the ship is much older than the ones you're likely used to working on. So, listen to me first. First thing I need you to do is reroute the power from the port turbo pump to the auxiliary cryogenic radiator. Then, turn the plasma runoff inhibitor function to 5%. Last, you'll need to decouple the magnetic flange pipe enclosures from the auxiliary module assembly. Got it? Let's hop to it!
00 Core said. That situation is one we are already in. They have been working on warp engine technology for many years now, but it's so far from working that we are focusing on colonizing Mars instead.
It makes sense to do colonization efforts over the next leap forward, even if the next leap forward is something that we understand. So I agree. But I'm going to take a very quick break. I encourage everybody to grab a snack, take a bathroom break, refresh your drink. I'll be back in less than 5 minutes. I am back.
Zero Core said. By the way, Rob, not sure if you knew about this, but China not only found helium-3 crystals on the dark side of the moon, but they found a new unencountered mineral crystal. Zero Core said. That traps water inside its crystalline lattice structure as well. So the moon may actually be our best bet for colonizing in space as a first step. Zero Core said. I'm so excited about China's findings on the moon. Very, very cool.
Well, NASA already had a colony plan. The Mars colony is dependent on a moon colony because we can't go direct to Mars. The plan is moon, then Mars. Because we have to learn about setting up a colony on a celestial body without an atmosphere first. And you don't learn that on a planet that's 6 months away
00 core.
with no rescue
Said.
plan.
Right, but they couldn't prove if helium-3 would be abundant on the moon, but China found it is there in crystal form.
I don't think that information's correct because I knew helium-3 was on the moon in the 70s. So you should recheck that information. NASA knew that helium-3 was on the moon during the Apollo missions. All right, our plasma run off. Let's make sure we get the
Something wrong? There are 3 things we need to do. Reroute the power from the port turbo pump to the auxiliary cryogenic radiator.
00 core.
Turn the plasma runoff
Said.
inhibitor function to 5%.
Yes, they knew it was there but had no
Decouple the
physical
magnetic
proof. The
flange
crystal
pipe
they
enclosures
found
from
is
the
the
auxiliary
physical
module
proof that
assembly.
they were correct.
Careful not to touch anything on your way out.
That's not the one I want.
Sure is nice to know there are
Hi there.
00 core. Said. My point is that we now have a piece of physical evidence to back up NASA's claims that there was helium-3 on the moon.
Alright, what's going on here? What? Let's find out from him the...
I can't tell you. Something wrong? There are 3 things we need to do. Reroute the power from the port turbo pump to the auxiliary cryogenic radiator.
Port to the cryogenic
Turn the plasma
radiator.
runoff decouple the magnetic flange pipe. So long!
Zero core. Said. But this other mineral crystal they found that has trapped water in it was unexpected entirely, as it is an entirely unknown mineral to us. 00 core. Said. That is the part I find the most fascinating.
Why won't it do this? Reroute from port Tell me I'm not getting the instruction wrong.
Keeping at 200 euro?
Something wrong?
There are 3 things we need to do. Reroute the power from the port turbo pump to the auxiliary cryogenic radiator. Turn the plasma runoff inhibitor function to 5%. Decouple the magnetic flange pipe enclosures from the auxiliary module assembly. Good luck out there!
Port cryopump. Cannot complete instruction.
Zero Core said. That's just like our new James Webb telescope is proving that what we thought we knew about the early universe was grossly inaccurate as well. Suddenly during my lifetime we are making massive new discoveries and I could not be more excited for our future than I am now. Zero Core said. We are suddenly finding out so much thanks to our modern technology. Zero Core said. It's really rather incredible. Marty said. Hand pink waving. Zero Core said.
Marty, welcome aboard.
Yo, Marty said. Hi Zero.
Thanks.
How you doing tonight, Marty? Hope you've had an excellent week.
Just stay out of trouble.
Now that you're here, I can finally give my crew a chance at a new life. Well, it would appear we have the means to go nearly anywhere now, thanks to you. The engineers even upgraded our communications equipment so we can speak
Marty
with passing ships.
Said.
Turns out it was a pretty easy fix. Thank you again for all you've done. We don't yet know, but we did receive a star map from the Paradiso engineers. I suppose we'll just chart a course for other suitable habitable worlds until we find one that matches the quality of Paradiso. Korriban II here. Without you, we'd most likely be stuck. But you went above and beyond. I'll make sure people tell tales of your generosity for as long as our society lives. I don't know if we can ever fully repay you. Thank you again.
Said. Best bewares on streambo.com. Remove the space at 3SDF3L.
We've got strict rules around here, but they're strict for a reason. These are exciting times, aren't they?
The Constant is a peaceful ship. Don't change that.
With any luck, the Constant will leave orbit. In the original game,
All green on release. We're free to fly.
there was another quest on board the Constant where a crew member wanted to leave. And it sucked because I managed to get that one completed. And apparently, if you complete that quest, alright, these are completed quests. If you complete that quest while you're doing the
Zero Core said, "Man, they did a really good job on the 3D model for the Millennium Falcon. Very nice."
Yes, they did. They did a really good job on the X-Wing and the TIE Fighter model, too. I own the TIE Fighter. I haven't found an X-Wing yet. Let's go to Helios and find out what I need to do there. The only thing that they didn't do great on the Millennium Falcon, which I don't blame them for, is the cockpit had to be small to fit the ship. But interior-wise, you couldn't have the 4 seats the way
Zero
that it is in the
said,
in the movies.
"I'm starting to think it's time I end my PlayStation Plus subscription finally. I only held on to it for the discounted price I was grandfathered into too. But I have almost never used it." Zero Core said, "So since I never use it, makes sense to get rid of it."
Zero, if you can keep that grandfathered price, keep it. It's only going up every year.
Helix green, ready to land.
Zero Core said, "Wait, you mean they raised it again?"
They're talking about raising it this year.
Zero Core said, "I'm still paying $9.99 for the premium plan."
They're talking about raising it right now.
Zero Core said, Oh well, shoot. 00 core. Said. Okay, thanks for the warning.
Okay, so the activity was to come here.
Waiting for him to wander back through the gate?
Mr. Halfton, we are trying, but we don't have the manpower.
And now half my crew thinks your little band of convicts is just waiting to drag us off and scrap us for organs.
Mr. Halftown, our security officer has been put into the infirmary trying to find your worker. We're doing everything we can. All I ask is that you and your crew be patient. You have nothing to fear from us convicts. We are handling it.
Then get it done. Or else we are going to have problems.
You have my word. I'm sorry, love, but the Elios retreat isn't taking new residents right now. We've had some issues. A missing person chief among them. But you're welcome to rest up and refuel here as long as you'd like. So long as there's no bounty hunter after you that's going to kick my brand new door off its hinges. Well, at the moment, it's primarily a collection of shipping containers and unused construction materials. But
00
the
core.
plan is to make this place into a growth and
I should be
education
back soon.
residence
Have a
for
VID
the
call with
galaxy's
daughter in about
incarcerated.
10 minutes. If I'm
We'll offer
not back in
job
time,
training
have a
and
great night,
support
Rob, and
network
everyone.
for
I will
folks
keep
that
you in
otherwise
browser
just
as usual.
while away their days in prison,
Thanks, Zero.
just
Enjoy your
because they
call
don't
with
have
the daughter.
credits to pay their own bounties. Get them all the tools they need to set up regular, boring lives like the rest of us. Well, thank you. Always striving to make my presence in the universe a net positive. But still got a lot of ground to cover. But I'm sure you didn't come all this way just to listen to me blabber. You're probably exhausted. Monica should have any supplies you might need. She's just out front of the main building. And our ship services tech is out near the landing pad if your vessel needs some tending to. And if you need anything else, or just want to talk, you come find me. That the truth? Because I can't say it's going to be easy work. But if you found the construction crew's missing man, we'd all owe you. This planet is not the most accommodating to human life. It's wild, empty, and the local fauna, well, they're not big fans of humans. So while I will absolutely take your help if you're offering it, I just want you to be aware, I don't expect it's going to be a walk in the park. Well, he was last seen a few days ago, so we don't think he could have gotten far. We sent our lone security officer to find him, but things didn't go according to plan out there, and now he's taken up residence in our infirmary. So if you're offering, we'll absolutely take the help. You don't know how happy I am to hear it. First things first, you want to speak to Greg D'Angelo, our security officer. He was wounded searching for our worker, Mr. Kilman's trail. He should be able to get you pointed toward Kilman's last known location.
We should have a talk, when you have the time, of course. So, I've given everything we've discussed a lot of thought, and I've decided I'd like Aja Mamasa to conduct our marriage ceremony. I remember Aja mentioning she presided over a previous commitment ceremony between Barrett and his husband Irving. Besides, the thought that Aja would be there to officiate this important step in my life is comforting. I hope you don't mind. I knew you'd understand. So, with that settled, I suppose we just keep it a quiet ceremony? Just the two of us? Honestly, no. I respect everyone at Constellation, but this is part of my personal life. If it's all the same to you, I'd like to keep my personal feelings about us separate from Constellation.
That's reasonable.
Oh, that's sweet of you to suggest, but I think bringing Sona all the way to Aja's home would be too much anxiety for the poor girl. We need to give her some time. If anyone else had suggested that, I'd say no. But hearing it from you, I know in my heart that it's the right thing to do. I'll send her an invite and we'll see if she shows. Anyone else? Or will the three of us with Aja presiding be enough? All right, it's settled then. I'll send a message to Aja asking for her to preside over the ceremony. As soon as you're ready, let's head to Paradiso.
Clothing optional.
I can't tell you how much this means to me. I love you.
Oh, by the way, we're going to work.
Why would someone build a place like this way out here on the fringes of the settled systems?
Mostly because they wanted it out of the way. It is, after all, a prison.
All this intricate work and impressive construction. It's ambitious, but still, so out of place in such a remote location.
I think that says infirmary. No, it doesn't. This one probably says infirmary.
Who are you? Can't the guy heal in peace?
No, you can't.
Sloan found someone else, huh? Well, hopefully, you'll have better luck than I did. I managed to turn up some tracks outside the facility. Bit of a hike, though. Not sure if they were Kilman's, but Ixtal's not exactly a bustling metropolis. There was a cave system I scanned nearby, but I got attacked before I could look any further. Next place I was planning to visit once I was on my feet again. I'd start there.
Pardon me. Okay, this place is pretty well surrounded by these walls. So we are going to have to go out on foot.
Anything interesting in range?
Open fire!
You are such a naturalist. I gotta tell you, Sarah.
Hit me. there. Sounds good.
My naturalist girlfriend.
Geologically? So, what have we got? Animal, vegetable, or mineral? Damn it! God!
One more mineral and I've scanned the entire planet's worth of...
No! No! I'm not going back! Stay away! Oh God, please, please don't put me back in the bag. I'll do whatever you say, just please, not the bag. What happened? You're not here to... I was kidnapped. He caught me off guard after hours, threw a bag over my head and marched me off. But I escaped. But then these creatures started hunting me. So I ran in here. And I've got no food and I'm so hungry and... Please, take me back. I just want to go home. No, he kept the bag over me the whole time. I heard his voice. But he honestly didn't say much when I was around. I need this to be over. Please. Please, can we go? Please?
You've got nothing to fear. We're here to help.
Oh, thank God. You don't know what that... Oh, come on. Let's get out of here. You do know the way back, right?
No, not really, but that's because I jumped down to get here. Would be awesome to run into that one last mineral here.
I wonder if this is a man-made cave or a natural formation. Maybe you can get that to point us to the nearest restaurant. Ah.
You're a big batshit crazy big thing. But if you're blue, I want to scan you. So long as you're mostly on the way home. See, there's something blue over here. And that ended up being mostly on the way home. There's got to be a door in this wall that I missed. There it is.
Kilman's back!
Mother of God, kid. What happened? I was walking out, and someone threw a bag over my head. They took me... I don't know. It smelled like the inside of a first aid kit. I had to sleep on the steel floor and...
Which one of you crooks bagged him, huh?
Us? Why the hell would we do that? Waste of a perfectly good bag.
You're rambling, kid. Come on. Let's get you cleaned up. You smell like used welder's gear.
Mr. Halftown, I have some medical training. I'd be happy to.
You stay away from me. I want whoever kidnapped my man found and dealt with, understand? I don't care if it's one of your people or mine or a fucking ghost. Find them.
Of course. We'll do what we can. But...
I'm not interested in excuses. I need to know who did this. Just find my man's kidnapper now.
I guess it might have been a bit naive for me to hope for a happy reconciliation, but you brought him back safe. That's what's important.
That was first important thing.
You have my sincerest thanks. But now, we've got a whole new thread to pull on. What are the chances I'd be able to convince you to help us find our kidnapper? Thank the heavens. So, we just need to figure out where we're sending you. Now, Mr. Kilman didn't seem to have a lot of information, but I caught at least one or two bits I think could help us find our kidnapper. That's right. Not a lot of proper facilities like that in the area. Which makes me think... there was a building we were evaluating as a possible site for the retreat not far from here. An old research outpost. Seems like a decent match for the description of our kidnapper's hideaway.
Phoenix
Here.
said,
The
"Gotta get
facility's
to bed. Have a
coordinates.
good night, everyone."
Head out
Good
there
night,
and see what
Denise.
you can find.
Thanks for coming out. It's only 33 meters away.
So bored I can't get my eyes to focus.
No, it's 800 meters away.
Marty said, "GC Phoenix."
It's so far away, it's not on the local map. But it's nearby, according to this. So which is it? Is it nearby or no? It's over here. Okay. Maybe I can drive out through the other gate. I know there's a gate. Let's start by sleeping until morning.
It was fun. Now what?
No, we need to get some rest. That's not where the beds are. I'll find them. They're in here somewhere.
Hey, it's my personal savior. Thanks again for your assist.
You're welcome. Alright, that's where the Princess Leia poster is.
Is it weird that we're literally best friends after all?
Yes, infallible.
There's the bed. Alright. Local time. 5:30 at night. It's already getting dark. 13 hours. 14's fine. Ooh, you can tell it's getting bogged down. Taking its time with the sleep. Now we have all day. Somewhere in this wall there should be a gate, but I'm not even going to look for the gate.
Where to? Got anything on your scanner?
Yeah, I just scanned it.
Try going around the obstacles.
Gee, thanks, dear. We're not even married yet. You're talking like my wife. Oh, there's a creature right there I haven't scanned yet. She's talking about bringing it in for repairs as if she has to pay for it. This is definitely more of a beach vehicle than a mountain vehicle. What's your problem?
I need a light and I'm trying to pack stuff. Alright, so what's his Can I borrow yours?
Okay, I'm streaming. You're acting like there's a road. She has a lot to say about my driving. I have a lot to say about my driving too, but she has a lot to say about my driving. How I didn't run over that landmine on my way through, I don't know. Look for a computer to turn off the turrets. Or just walk out in front of them.
Tapped into the universe.
Fucking droids? Did he get abducted by droids? He didn't get abducted by droids. No way he got abducted by droids. Okay. So this is an automated facility. Or at least it is now.
Set aside anything useful and just leave the rest.
Yeah, I'm just taking the ammo. They're in the door. Do you know how annoying that is? Let's see, a computer in here that's reacting to our presence. Usually the computer will pop open to your presence if you can use it. corrupted slate. Obviously, the corrupted slate was what I needed. It's got nothing special going for it. I have one of those on the Razor Leaf. Or on the Falcon now. Okay, if I use that one, do I have a 2? I don't have a 2 on its own. That one would work, but I don't have the appropriate one to take it out with, so that's no good for me. Gotta be careful about finding the right ones. Only the right keys are here. That one does fit there. But if that one goes there, this one can only go here. I essentially did that for 158 credits. Some armor I don't want. And another lock. I do not believe I'm getting any experience for novice locks anymore. Matt, I can sell that. Alright, guys. One more quick break, and then we've got just a little bit more on this planet. We'll finish out this planet before we finish the stream tonight. So refresh your drink, grab a snack, go to the restroom. I'll be back in less than 5 minutes. Alright, guys. We're back. Yeah, I don't think the extruded vibro braid is worth it. And our mission now says to go back. We can break our way into there, but limited value. Why is it raining everywhere lately?
I do hope you make it home in one piece.
We'll make it home in one piece. Because worst comes to worst, we'll fast travel back to the ship. But I would rather drive. And I'd rather drive because, like, this creature right here. Don't bullshit a bullshitter.
scanning. I'm sure there's something nearby.
Not only was there something nearby, there was something I hadn't finished scanning yet. How I survived that, I don't know. But the game still thinks that that's a Jeep-sized vehicle. And I drive like a fucking lemon. I'm absolutely fine on open terrain.
You seem to have weathered that trek well enough. Were you able to find anything at the facility? Not a lot to go on. Monica, anything you can do with this?
I can take a look. Oh, it's encoded. Made to look scrambled. And done badly. Looks like... there. Seems there were 2 of them. Oh my god, it's all here. The accidents, kidnapping, Greg's tech. These 2, they did it all.
Any mention of who they are? They're not with the construction crew, are they?
No names, but there are a pair of ID numbers. They're with the Trackers Alliance.
The Alliance sent 2 bounty hunters? Here? What? Our bounties are all paid.
I'm not seeing an Alliance contract or documentation. I think this is off the books.
So, a couple of trackers have decided to haunt us on their own free time. Why?
Doesn't say.
That certainly seems in the realm of possibility.
So then this is an easy fix. They're bounty hunters. We pay them to leave us alone.
And make ourselves a target for every other hunter in the universe. We need to take a stand.
Says the one guy physically incapable of taking one.
We're not doing anything until we actually find them. Any mention in there of where our trackers might be now?
Sounds like they're on a supply run, outside the system.
Then we've got a little time. Given their background, and ours, I expect you're the only person here they might actually listen to. Would you be willing to act as an emissary on our behalf? I'm certain we can find a way to solve this without resorting to violence.
Let's just pay them and be done with it. I mean, we clearly need more manpower anyway. I'll hire them on as contractors.
To hell with that. We know where they live. Let's have our friend here get the drop on them and send them to the great beyond.
The last thing we need is the galaxy thinking that's how we solve our problems around here, Mr. D'Angelo. I would request you try to avoid any violence. But if you're looking for suggestions on how to proceed, well, it seems we've got opinions to spare.
These trackers have already shown they're willing to hurt people. Don't get yourself killed on our account. I had to deal with my fair share of their kind over the years. You don't get into that job to make rich. You get into it to be your own boss and prove how tough you are. So, my advice? Let them know that pushing around a bunch of counselors just makes them look like bullies, not tough. Try not to be too awestruck.
She got shit for sale.
Be careful with those goons.
Thank you again for doing this. I'm counting the moments until it's all over. I'm the facility's chief administrator, co-head of the whole retreat with Sloane. She handles most of the resident side of things. Making sure we've got the right people for the program and those people have the right tools to succeed in their own development. I keep the lights on and make sure things hum along smoothly.
It's a good job.
I think you should offer them money, and I'm willing to help. Here, all I have liquid at the moment. Hopefully it'll be enough. Take care, please.
Be careful with these trackers. You don't get into their line of business without a vicious streak. Well, like I mentioned, the retreat's our modest attempt to change how the galaxy deals with those who find themselves on the wrong side of the law. Once we're open, the goal is to take in people whiling away in prison because they couldn't pay their bounties. We'll get them job training and a support network. All the tools they need to set up regular, boring old lives just like the rest of us. We're trying to do what we can to help those who need it. Love, I can only guess at what these two might be after. But it's clear they perceive something about us as a threat. They're afraid. And all you can do with fear is try and understand it. So, just listen to them, okay? Hear what they have to say. And see if you can make whatever it is they're worried about a little less scary. Good luck out there.
Stop crying.
Why do we think they're living in the cave instead of the facility that they had set up? Cave is far less hospitable.
Something's obviously decided to make this place its home. reminds me of a book I read as a child. It was about an expedition to the center of Terrace. One of my favorites.
No. It says it's in this cave. Mineral caverns. That's not the mineral caverns. This is a problem. Okay, now we're at least showing an outdoor path. To an abandoned outpost.
There's got to be something useful out here.
Why didn't it just have us fast travel here in the first place? I've already been here once.
Who's that?
No clue. You! Who are you and what the hell are you doing here? And just who the holy hell are you?
See? I told you Kilman was gonna lead them to us. Should have slit his throat when we had the chance.
Quiet. Listen, unless you're here to tell us those convicts have decided to close up shop, then we've got nothing to discuss.
There's no need for unnecessary bloodshed.
That's so. What? That's not what this is. We're tough. Wait, you're a tracker too? And you're helping them? Huh. Fine. We'll leave the retreat alone. Can't make any promises about us being the last, though. Just get out, all right?
Now I have to find my way back out. Alright. Don't mind me, I just have to find my way through your maze. Pardon me. I like this one. Destroyed Star Destroyer, the...
I have things for you. If you want help, I'm here. Yes, have a look.
Sedative. Kinky.
It was nice talking to you again.
Hello. There you are. You were gone for quite a while, love. Are you all right? Were you able to find our trackers? That's the best news I've had in quite a while. From the bottom of my heart, thank you, love. This place, all of us, we are in your debt. There is just one last piece of business, though. Nevin asked to speak to you, in private. He's waiting for you up in the office.
Who's Nevin?
Ah, there you are. So, first things first, I need to say, well, thank you. And we are exceedingly grateful for it. It's just, the situation you set right, with the trackers, it's one we don't want to find ourselves in again. Luckily, we have someone, our founding donor in fact, who has offered to reach out to the Alliance, ensure their good behavior going forward. Before she does, however, she's asked for the details of what exactly occurred. I've already shared my own insights, but, well, she wants to talk to you, too. Is that something you might be amenable to? Ah, she'll be pleased to hear it. Head to Aquila City in the Cheyenne system. Check in with Justin Sneed, her security chief. And I would ask you to try and be polite. She's the only reason we're here.
All right. I am the hero of Dantu Town.
When I heard this planet was cursed, I thought it was bold, but now...
And we're off.
Orbital orbital insertion completed. Their shields have been knocked out. Excellent work!
Well, unfortunately, I couldn't save the other ship it was attacking.
Grav drives resistance green.
I'm gonna do a quick scan for contraband and you can be on your way. That's all we need. You're cleared for landing on Dantooine. Look alive!
Coming in for a land.
Aquila would be a quaint world to retire on, if the damn wildlife wasn't so hostile.
Yet those are just not going to work with me. Yeah, I could wear that. But, don't want to wear the Imperial stuff, no. I'm looking for my, that's what I'm looking for. I think I'm gonna skip the hat though. I took it, I didn't wear it. I'm gonna need to go see somebody I can sell that to, and you gotta sell it and buy it back to get rid of the stolen tag.
Are sometimes spotted by the farm.
Sam has told me so many stories about Akila City. I feel as though I've lived here all my life.
She says that pleasantly, as if Sam is not dead.
Tower's closed. Come back some other time. You're them, huh? I've got 2 rules for this little meeting. Rule number 1, you're not to share anything you discuss up there. This is a private matter, and we're going to keep it that way. Rule 2, you decide to get playful with that weapon, we're going to have serious problems. Think you can abide by those? Good. Miss Lance is waiting upstairs. You can go on up.
I could have jumped right over you, so...
And that must make you our guest. Please, take a seat. Now you may already know who I am. Raisha Lance, CEO, Laredo Blasters. And you I know all about. I can't thank you enough for everything you've done for the retreat. Truly, it's a project that's near and dear to my heart. I'm not the sole donor, but yes, the retreat is a project I've been trying to foster for some time now. My attempt to improve the plight of the galaxy. Even
I
if
think
just in a minor
I
way.
think that's a noble goal
why I'm
for
so
somebody
thankful for your
who makes
intervention on
weapons.
Now, I presume Nevin already got you up to speed. I need details before I talk to the heads of the Trackers Alliance. Make sure their members understand the retreat's off limits. So if you don't mind, I'd like to just jump right into it. Lily here will be taking notes as we go. Now, Nevin said all the various incidents afflicting the retreat, they all stemmed from this pair of rogue bounty hunters. Do I have that right? Ah, I'll be sure that's noted. But you did manage to get those 2 to leave the retreat alone. You mind my asking how you accomplished that? 2 trackers and you just talked them down? That's quite the feat. I'm interested in the details, though. How exactly did it all play out? I bet they are. So, only other thing I wanted to ask, and I'm just looking for an opinion here, is there anything in your eyes that could have been done to prevent this happening?
Yes.
After everything I've heard from you and Nevin, I'm inclined to agree. It'll take time to get the right people in place for this kind of work, but I'll make sure it's addressed.
Should be the missing piece that ensures the retreat is around for many years to come.
Let's hope so. But that should give me enough to present to the Alliance. Thank you for making the time. Now, what you did, Well, it deserves something more than just a couple of firm thank yous. Here, I want you to have these. They're a rare make, but I think you've earned it. Now, was there anything else you wanted to talk about before we went our separate ways? That's kind of you, but without your help, it might have stayed just a goal. You have my sincere thanks. Now if you'll excuse me, as you've seen, there's plenty to be done. Howdy.
Okay, so Miss Lance takes off immediately. I want to see what exactly she gave me. The armor-plated advanced bounty hunter skip pack that has no model. Lead-lined advanced bounty hunter armor, which it's cool and all, but let's be honest, it's not as cool as Mandalorian armor.
Ash's antics. Said. Hand pink waving, hand pink waving.
Ashes,
pink
welcome
waving.
aboard. And then, of course, the sensor chip advanced bounty hunter helmet. So basically, I got the Princess Leia bounty hunter outfit from Return of the Jedi, and a Peacemaker. The Peacemaker now, long barrel, laser sight, recon scope, muzzle brake, penetrator rounds. Penetrator rounds are good. They go right through armor. And it's high velocity, so high velocity also is good for penetrating armor. Uses
Ash's antics. Said. Hey everyone.
Uses that 5 kilovolt blaster rifle. And does a 25% increase in attack speed. I might try that out. Might replace my my regular rifle with that for a little while. See how that works. Because this is my automatic rifle. So nothing's going to replace that right away. But this it's kind of heavy. This is lighter. It's using different ammo, but it's lighter and its fire rate's a little lower, but it's got that higher attack speed. Yeah, I think I'm going to replace this with this. So this one is going back to the ship in favor of this one. And that'll reduce my overall carry weight. I am poisoned. Luckily, I have injectors. Let's get some better clothes on. Hadn't worn this yet. That kind of looks spiffy, huh? Somewhere down here we have a trade.
Never ever go outside the city walls after sunrise. Ashton,
Where is the trade alliance people? Is this it? Yep.
I don't believe we have a meeting scheduled. You must be looking for someone else.
Stop right there, criminal scum! Nobody breaks the law on my watch!
I don't believe we have a meeting scheduled.
That's funny.
You must be looking for someone else.
You'd better learn some respect. I'm important. You're nothing.
That's hilarious. All right. Okay, I'm gonna sell. Now, buy back. And it's no longer stolen! Let's go up to our house and see if we can build more mannequins. With the stuff that's in our ship. I think we can. I don't think we have to move the stuff from the ship into our pockets.
The rock isn't exactly massed, but as seats of government go, it's still quite an impressive structure.
Where's the mannequins? There it is. And I can't reach my ship from here.
If I can help you with anything, I'll only carry the good stuff. Just kidding.
And you are not carrying anything.
Don't stay away too long.
Yeah, I can't reach my ship from here. But this I can, however. Oh, she gave me an explosive EE3. I didn't know I had one of those. I can put this up. On there. Put a West Star on there. And I can put an assassin scattergun on there. Until I get a more impressive long gun to put on there anyway. I don't like the centering of that, but it'll do for now. I need to learn how to make some more types of chairs so I can have something around this table.
That was a perfect way to end the day.
That was a less than perfect dismount, Sarah, but you do you. What do we got going on over here? create a cargo link to supply 630 hypermatter to Dantooine in Dantooine. I don't know how to do that, so I'm not going to. I'm part of the Shadow Collective. I can't really do that. And I don't have any Imperial bounties right now. That sound is somebody breaking orbit.
That bank robbery sounded intense. It could have gone down so much worse. Saw your ship come in. Nice ride.
Damn right it's a nice ride. That's the Millennium fucking Falcon.
Experiencing high grav feels exactly like walking through maple syrup.
How do you know what walking through maple syrups feels like, Sarah? On second thought, don't tell me. I do not want to know. Because somehow, I think she knows what walking through maple syrup feels like. Because she said that with authority. She said it with the authority of someone who's done it.
Retros firing. Orbit stabilized.
Look alive! Last mistake you'll ever make. There goes the grav drive! We can't escape! Direct hit on the grav drive!
Monopropellants. I love how quick the calculation
said,
is.
"You still going, Rob?"
You have until I get bored to give us what we want.
Alvin Gaming.
Yes, Alvin, I am.
Hey, Alvin, chat again.
We could use a vacation. If you're feeling generous, you could help us out. Or we can just dust your ship. Sorry. That's not on the menu.
I told them I did not want to fight. They had the option of not fighting. It's like they're like, we're gonna pick death today. Yeah, Alhoon, I started late today, so I'm running late.
Well, this looks cozy. I don't think we're going to find much excitement around here.
I didn't even get to eat lunch until after 1 o'clock.
Couple of damn trackers with a vendetta. Well, I clearly wasn't fair with these folks. Not big on chit-chat, all right? Why does anyone take any job? Credits, and these folks have plenty. But I mean, come on. What they're selling here? Fixing the settled systems by giving criminals career training? You really think the Crimson Fleet are just one typing course away from becoming model citizens? Never been on the receiving side of a visit from the fleet, huh? And look, I know some folks have it tough out there.
I'm part of this. I'm part of this collective.
But you know how they turn their lives around? They did their time and got jobs instead of making the same bad choices again. Those are options everyone's already got. No retreat required.
Different approaches to the same goal.
Look, it ain't the same. Because, well, because... And maybe you got a point there. But I'm sure you didn't come here just for a debate. Let's talk about something else. I'm the construction foreman. It's my job to make sure the Helios retreat gets built to whatever standard these folks want so they can run this reform program or whatever. We'll be around.
This job can't be done soon enough. Good having Kilman's lazy tail back.
Just happening through our neck of the woods, stranger? Nevin told me about your summons. Our, donor wasn't too hard on you, I hope. Hey, I'm sure you two will have a great time. Well, thanks to your little chat, our donor's doing everything she can to upend the various roadblocks in our way. We're in the process of vetting more security, looking at some additional and more agreeable contractors. Whatever gets this place closer to becoming a reality. Opening's still a ways off, but we'd be going nowhere if you hadn't wandered in. Not in the cards this time. Thank you again, love. For you, our doors will always be open.
So, this construction crew's impressively efficient, now that they're actually working. Currently, very little. But once we're open, we hope to have all manner of training and personal development courses available for our residents. Most of our staff are formerly incarcerated themselves, so we hope to be able to provide a level of service unlike any other in the galaxy.
I can teach them how to shoot. Any call for that?
I am the sole exception. I was a neighborhood administrator for years in New Atlantis. Was tasked with maintaining the wells section of the city. Home to many of the UC's most underprivileged citizens. I saw firsthand what havoc the bounty system could cause in a neighborhood. Parents in prison, money funneled away from basic needs. It can become a cycle. Here, we hope to give people the tools to escape it. Oh, until next time then.
Yeah, they've recovered. It's a pretty nice place. I think they deserve it.
This place. I would have figured it all out eventually. But still. Thanks. I guess I shouldn't be surprised it was trackers. Bunch of cutthroats.
It's a little disappointing that he doesn't have any dialogue. All right. I'd better get dressed in some good clothes. Gonna be good looking. Something fancy. That's pretty fancy. Yeah, I don't want my outfit to be twitching, so I think I'm going to go with that overboss.
Let's put this bird into space.
If we're getting married, we might as well look the part. Oh, you are attacking me. I shouldn't have run into him? Three times? They took less time to destroy me that time. Wow. Goodbye.
Jump complete. Information restored.
BD1! I might have kept trying to defeat this Starborn there, but they don't leave behind loot. Holy shit, it is dark out. Even Sarah just ran into something. And yes, I heard that. That was painful to hear, too.
Thanks for interrupting my daydream.
You're welcome.
Is something on your mind?
Nope, nothing's on my mind. I just want to get to where the bed is, which is right there. Alright, so it's just short of midnight, so 7 hours should get me through to daylight hours. Yeah, the Starborn don't leave behind loot when you destroy them.
You, have a med pack? Ooh, I think I might have pulled something.
Been in the Vanguard a long time. The faces change, but bad guys are still bad guys.
Eventually I'll figure out the layout. Be able to get out of the ship. Oops.
You looking for something?
Yeah, the way out. There's a hatch in the floor.
If I can. There was a small
There it
bit
is.
of dust on your face.
As we were landing, I picked up a message from Aja. She said to meet us at the park overlooking the ocean. Before we go to the ceremony, I want you to look me in the eyes and tell me this is exactly what you want.
Gestures streaming YT. Said.
I just melt
Hand
when I hear
think
you
waving,
say
hand
things like
think
that to
waving.
me.
Made it to another stream
love
house.
you.
It been friend.
And I'm
Hey
forever
Jester,
thankful to
welcome
have someone
aboard.
as amazing
Glad you
as
could
in
make
my
it.
life. Now come on. Aja is waiting for us. But first, we should probably say something to my mother.
Alright, so Abigail's right there. Sarah's not going to dress appropriately for the ceremony, but I will.
Hope you're staying safe out there.
It certainly was nice of you to think of me when sending invitations to my daughter's wedding.
It's good to see you too, Mum.
I just wish you would have given me more notice. Or maybe some time to get to know your dear partner. I barely even know her name. Yes, good to meet you too, my dear. If only my daughter had thought to introduce us sooner. We could have built more of a rapport before this big day.
We'll have plenty of time to talk more later, I'm sure, after the ceremony. Anyway, I'm sorry, Mum. I know how this must all seem to you. This was a sudden decision, and we didn't want to waste any more time. We wanted to keep the ceremony small, and involve only the people I care about the most.
Sarah, dear. I hope you know that I am delighted to be here. To see you finally get married. It's been a long time coming. And I wouldn't miss it for the world.
I honestly think...
Thank you for coming, Mum.
They took
be sure to talk more in a bit.
the Sarah model and aged
Let's
her
not keep poor Raja waiting.
to build
Just a few
her
moments
mom.
for everyone to take their places.
Everyone? There's 3 of us.
It's so lovely to see you, Sarah.
It's wonderful to see you too, Aja. This is the one I told you about.
I've heard a lot about you. All of it good. You're quite a catch.
I know.
10 seconds in and already you're embarrassing everyone.
Before we go any further, I just want to make sure that you are right for Sarah. She's quite special, hmm?
Oh, God. Now you're embarrassing me.
That's called love, my dear. You better get used to it. Well, I've seen enough. I can read people the moment I lay eyes on them. And you're going to make Sarah quite happy.
Coming from you, Aja, that means a lot.
Of course, Sarah. You know I always look out for you.
I'm a Twi'lek. Of course I'm going to make her
Are
happy.
we ready to begin the ceremony? Very well. If everyone's ready, then I'll begin. It's been years since Sarah Morgan and I have spoken. And though it might appear that we've grown apart, I feel that we've become closer friends than ever before. When I received the message with Sarah's intent to marry, and that she wanted me to officiate the ceremony, I was overwhelmed with joy. Not because she had decided to rekindle our friendship, but because she was allowing me to share the happiest moment of her life. I can't imagine a greater honor. And for that, Sarah, I thank you.
I wouldn't have had it any other way, Aja.
Before you present your vows, I'd ask both of you to remember that love is what brought you together today. It is a foundation upon which a structure of trust, faith, and affirmation is built. This structure can be absolutely impenetrable if you both agree to love each other unconditionally, with faith, devotion, and acceptance. And most importantly, to allow yourself to be loved. Remember, there are no other bonds more meaningful than the one you are undertaking today. You should cherish this moment and hold it close to your hearts as a reminder of the love you share. If you both are willing to abide by these words, then you can be assured that your lives will be filled with joy and happiness forever.
That was beautiful, Aja. Thank you.
Did you need a moment, Sarah?
No. No, I'm fine. But I wanted to say something before you continue. When we stood beside that waterfall in New Atlantis, you told me that I deserve to be with someone who understands my feelings. It was at that very moment I realized I wanted to spend the rest of my life with you. Your love means everything to me. And I swear to return that love freely and unconditionally, without hesitation. This is my solemn pledge to you. From deep within my heart, from deep within my soul, for all eternity.
And you? Did you have anything you wanted to say to Sarah?
Ditto. No. Okay.
I know it will. I'm going to hold you to that promise.
You had a gift, Sarah?
Yes. I wanted you to have this as a token of our love. I'm giving this to you as a symbol of the clean break I've made from my past. Oh, it would have been impossible without your help. And for that, I'll be forever grateful.
With these promises of affection and these vows you've exchanged, by the power vested in me by the Articles of Constellation, I happily pronounce you life mates. Congratulations!
Wait a minute. Constellation has the authority to marry people?
Oh, amazing. I couldn't imagine having this ceremony without you.
I'm glad everything worked out for you, Sarah. I'm only sorry that we waited so long to reach out and contact one another. You better. Otherwise, I'd have to come out of retirement and hunt you down. Well, you're both welcome to stay here for as long as you like. Sarah, your mother will be staying here with me for a few weeks. We've actually got a lot more in common than I expected. So, I guess this is goodbye for now. I wish the both of you a happy and healthy life together.
I'll never forget this, Aja. Thank you. If something's on your mind, you can tell me.
Is that the least appropriate thing to say to her right now?
You're going to make me blush again, aren't you? You have no idea how badly I needed to hear those words. I love you. No, we done talking already.
Bethesda, in their infinite wisdom, despite having made water you can swim in Fallout, in the engine that made this game,
The beach, the sound of the ocean. Oh, this is wonderful.
oh wait, did they fix the water? No, they didn't. You can swim, but you can't swim down. You used to just run on top. You got about knee deep.
Luffy said, "Hi there."
Hey, Luffy. I hate to tell anybody who's just showing up, but you just got to the end of the stream. Sarah and I just got married. We had big adventures all stream. We finished Korriban. We did a couple of mercenary missions when we came back into the core systems. And
Luffy said, "Man, what's going on here?"
we picked up the most important thing of the night.
Yet another nice day in Paradiso.
That's right. The most important thing in the game. We are the proud owners of the Millennium Falcon. And although I can take on 4, 5, probably 6
Luffy
raiders.
said, "Oh, it's Niemos."
Yes, we just got married on Niemos. And although I can take on 6 raiders with no worries in the Falcon, 3 Starborn are still capable of kicking my butt. So I still need to work on my tactics. But because I'm the proud owner of the Falcon, can I get up on top of the Falcon? Yes, I can. I want to thank everybody for coming out and supporting me for the up to 6 hours we've been out here playing Star Wars Genesis. I will be back tomorrow at roughly 3:30 U.S. Pacific time with Draco Invictus, Alhoon Gaming, and Fainter for Phasmophobia. Until then, take care, everybody. Check in on friends and family. Make sure everybody's doing okay. I'm Rob. Thanks for gaming with RP.